Welcome back to data science course, and now we are looking into Python Monty, right? So last week and up to now, okay, so up to now we have covered. So we have seen the history, right? So who developed Python, right? So we have started with who developed Python, then in which year, and how the name has been coined, right? All these details we have already seen, right? Along with why we need to use Python, what are the different features, what are the different advantages that we have with Python that we have seen. Then when it comes to IDE, so we have seen we are going to use Spider, right? So in the same way, we have Jupyter Notebook, right? And we can also use something called as PyCharm, right? All these are different IDEs where we write our program, we execute our program, we debug. If there are any issues, if there are any errors, right? We correct them. So we need a certain environment, right? So a specific UI, okay, that UI will be provided by these different software. Okay, Spider, Jupyter, and PyCharm. So currently we are working on Spider and Jupyter. Okay, so along with that, we have cloud-based IDs also. Okay, like Google Colab. Okay, so we have something, we have like Google Colab. So we can use cloud-based IDs also. So then we have seen what are variables, right? So we have seen what are variables and what are different rules that are associated with different variables. Why, how we have to create the variable, right? That is something we have seen. Then what are types of operators we have, and operators are mainly used to build the logic. Yeah, these are special symbols that we have, which we use to build the logic that we are going to write, right? Then what are different data types? So we have seen numeric data types. In numeric, again, we have seen integer, float, and complex number, right? So along with that, we have seen sequential data types, right? So what are sequential data types? List, tuple, and string, okay? And then we have seen there are two more data types that we have that are dictionary and sets. Okay, so these are different data sets. So along with that, we have Boolean value, true or false. So we have seen what are different data types. Then we looked into loops concept, right? So we have looked into loops concept. Then conditional statements. Okay, we have also seen conditional statements and loops. So when it comes to conditional statements, we have seen that we have if statement, we have if else, then if else if is also called as elif. These are the keywords. Okay, we have used these keywords and we have built the logic. We have practiced and we have written. Okay, we have. So if always, okay, so if always comes with true, okay, if the condition is true, okay, then we are going to implement and we are going to provide a print option, right? We are going to get an output. If this particular statement is not true, okay, if it is false, if we have provided a alternate condition or alternate output source like else, so that will be printed out. Okay, we can also provide multiple logics that could be included here, right? So we can add them by using else, right? And also we have seen nested if statements. Okay, creating an if statement, writing an if statement within a if statement, right? So within an if statement, so we call them as nested if statements. So we have seen this and we have done our hands-on also, right? We have already done. Then loops, right? So loops play very important role. So we do not want to write same logic again and again. Already that particular logic is written. It already that is done. So what we can do, I can provide a range of values and I can say that the same logic will be applied on these values again and again. But we can do that. We can do that by using something called as loops, right? So when it comes to loops, there are two types. Okay, we have for loop and we have while. Okay, so when we have for loop, we can say it as a finite loop because it is predefined. Okay, number of iterations that we require. Okay, checks for condition for predefined finite iterations. Okay, when it comes to while loop, so checks for condition for infinite iterations. So it is infinite loop. So for loop is finite. Okay, so we have seen the syntax, right? Always it for loop starts with for. For is the keyword. While loop starts with while, right? And these can be controlled. The loops can be controlled by using break, pass, and continue. These are the three different statements. Okay, base, pass, continue are the three different statements that we use to control these loops. So today we are going to look into functions. Okay, we'll be working on functions. We'll be working on regular expressions and exceptional handling. Okay, and the rest of the topics will be covered. We have analytics. Analytics will be covered with EDA part, and we have database connectivity that will be covered along with your DBMs, okay, database management system. So once we understand what we have in DBMs, then it will be easy to understand how the database connectivity works. Okay. Do we have any doubts up to now? Yeah. Have you worked on your assignments? Okay. Please try to complete your assignments. Okay. Whatever test we have, assignments we have, try to complete them. We have time in between. So you need to complete all your assignments and submit. Okay, so today we are looking into functions. So have you seen any functions before? Yeah, we have worked on this code, right? So have we worked on any functions before? Up to now? What are the functions we have seen up to now? Any 3 or 4 functions, if you remember? Yeah, friends. The functions that we have already seen, already we have used up to now in our programming. Yeah, remember? You can use chat box or you can unmute yourself and you can answer me. Yeah. One function we have used repeatedly, that is print. Remember? Right. So we have seen many different functions, like we have seen append function, we have extend function, right? So we have seen the update, and all. So there are different functions that we have already seen, right? These are all called as built-in functions. So the code required for that particular part is already written. Right? Functions are nothing but .py files. Right? So it's just a code script that is already written. Code is written and it is saved. Okay, what we are going to do while I am writing my program, I'm going to just import that particular. I'm not going to write any code. Already the code is written, right? We say it as a built-in functions. Okay, so already code is present. We are going to take the same code and we are going to work. So if we do not have that particular function is not available. Okay, so we are going to use something called as user-defined functions. So functions help break our program into smaller and modular chunks. Okay, so code modularity can be maintained by using different functions. So we are not going to write the logic again and again. The purpose is same, right? So we have to maintain, we have to create a function such a way that if there is a requirement for that function again and again, so I'm going to use a keyword, okay, and I'm going to do the operation. So as our program grows larger and larger, functions make it more organized and manageable. Okay, that's why we use functions. So there are two types, user-defined function and built-in function. So when it comes to user-defined function, okay, always it starts with a keyword, that is DEF. Okay, for example, we do not have a function for addition. Okay, it's very simple user-defined function. So we do not have a function for addition. So what we are going to do, I'm going to create it. So what I'm going to say, I'm going to say DEF. Okay, then I'm going to give a function name. So that's the syntax. Always we need to provide the function name. So I am providing the function name here. Then we need to provide the parameters. So what are the parameters? If I am saying to add, I should be adding the number of values, right? Maybe 3 values, 4 values, 5 values, right? So I am providing 2 values here. Right? These are the 2 values. These are nothing but the parameters that go into the function. And the values that go into the function, these are nothing but parameters, right? So I have given a parameter. Then we are working on a multiple line code. Always what we do, so it should end with a column. When we give enter, automatically that will take 4 spaces. Okay, so that will take 4 spaces. We call it as indentation. Right? We call it as indentation. Right? So from there, we write a return state. Okay, in return, what should be printed? So we need these values to be added. There we write whatever value I'm printing, that we are going to mention. Okay, so that's a very simple function. We are going to work on these. Okay, so keyword DEF that marks the start of the function head. Okay, right? Then we go with function name. Then we are going to provide parameters. So, or we call them as arguments. Okay, parameters or arguments through which we pass values to a function. Okay, we are going to provide that values, and always the first header, okay, whatever we are seeing, the function header will end with a call. Okay, the next line that is starting, that will have a indentation. Okay, so the indentation will always by default will have 4 spaces, and it is not compulsory that it should have 4 spaces. We have seen that in the past session. That's the example, right? So DEF, I don't want to, so here we are writing, so print hello from a function. So I'm creating something called as my function. So that's a syntax. To call a function, use the function name. So next time, once the function is created, so from next time, what we are trying to do, we are calling that particular function. So my function is the function name, and here always a function, okay, always a function will follow with parentheses. Right, so we call them as parentheses. Always a function follows with a parenthesis. Inside that parenthesis, we provide certain parameters. Okay, so that's the example. Okay, so when it comes to arguments, there are different types of arguments. We have types of arguments. Okay, so arguments are values passed inside the parenthesis. Okay, so what are the values? Like as I said earlier, when we are creating the add function, so DEF add is keyword, and inside that I am providing the parameter. So these are the values that should be going, right? So these are called arguments. So arguments are of different types. Sorry. So we have default arguments. So I can provide a default argument, so that if I do not provide that value also, it will take, right? So as in example, add a comma b, I can provide a default argument, b is equal to 10, right? If I don't provide the b value also, automatically that value will be taken. Okay, we have keyword, so we are going to provide a keyword. So we will see them practically. Okay, that will be more clear. So we have keyword arguments and variable length. Right. For example, when it comes to default arguments, you can see DEF, I'm creating something called as my function. We have X and Y are the arguments, and Y is equal to 50. So that's a default value. If I do not provide that, okay, so in the next line, you can see here, I'm calling this particular function, right? So my function, I am providing only one value. So I am providing only X value, but Y value is not provided there. So automatically that will take that value because it's a default argument. Okay. So we have something called as a default argument. I can provide default arguments. So then we have keyword, right? Here, in this case, I have provided first name and last name. Okay. So I'm just trying to print. So once I am calling this function, you see here, I can call this function by giving the argument at any position because already we have mapped that with a keyword. Okay, here we have first name and last name. So whatever value I am giving in last name, if I am saying last name is equal to, so that will be printed as this. Okay, that will be result that I'm going to get. Right. So in either case, I'm going to get Python program because already we have given the positions here. Right. When I'm giving the argument, I have given the position. Right. Maybe 0 and 1, for example. Okay. So in 0th position, we have first name, and in first position, we have last name. So automatically that will take the positions by giving the keyword. Okay, these are called as keyword arguments. Then there are two special symbols. Okay. So if I am using add, okay, A comma B, okay, that's something I have created. Okay, now I am trying to call it. So when I'm calling it, what I'm going to say, I'm going to say 10 comma 20. Right. Then if you enter, so I am going to get a result of 30 because 10 and 20 will be added in the function. That's the logic we have given there. Now, in this case, if I am giving 10 comma 20 comma 30 comma 40, will it work? Yeah, friends. So if I'm giving add and these number of arguments, if I provide, will it work? Definitely it will not work because we have provided only two arguments. Right? It will not work exactly. Right. So so we have something. There are two special symbols that we have here. Okay. We call them as variable length arguments. So that is star. Okay. We are going to, if I am providing only one asterisk here and argument, or double asterisk and any keyword. Okay. So these can be used. Okay. Star can be used to provide multiple values. Okay, if I just provide star and this is a variable. Okay, if you give any variable name there with star, so in that position, you can provide any number of values. Okay, if you are providing double asterisk and some variable name here, so it will take the key and value pair. It will take key and value. I can provide the data in key value pair format. That's what we have in dictionary, right? So in that format, we can provide the data. So that's an example. Okay, so what we have done here, so I have given star and argument, so some keyword. So here I am providing, I haven't given any individual arguments here, like we have given in case of add, like A comma B, right? So here just I have given asterisk and argument. So with this, I can provide any number of values in my, when I'm calling my function. Okay. So in the same way, that will be my output automatically. That will be my output. So when you see here, when we give double asterisk here, so I can provide the data in this format. What is this format? We have key and value. Right? So these two, we call them as special. So we can write return. Okay, we can use a return statement. Okay, when we are working on our user-defined function, or we can also use print. So both can be used. Okay, so here in this case, to let a function return a value, we are going to use return statement. Or in place, we can also use directly a print statement. So that also will. So, yeah, as we discussed earlier, so there are many different built-in functions that are already available. So built-in functions are nothing but predefined functions. We call them as predefined functions. So, right. So the Python interpreter has several functions that are always present for use and that will be used automatically. That can be used automatically. So there are several built-in functions in Python. So which are listed here. Okay, you can see here. So these are all we have different built-in functions. Okay, along with that, we have used like print, okay, print, append, all these also built-in functions. Already the code is present. Okay, already the code is existing. So we are just going to use that particular keyword. Okay, keyword is very important here. Okay, and it is case sensitive also. We cannot change any case. We have to use the keyword as it is, and we have to work. Okay. Length, minimum, maximum, all these are different keywords. Okay. So then we have something called as anonymous function. So why we call it as anonymous function? If we look, so when we create a user-defined function, so what we are going to do, it will start with def. Then we have to give the name of that particular function. Okay, some name we have to provide it. And then we will pass on the arguments that should be going into the particular function. Okay. Now, there are certain functions which will not be used again and again. Only at that particular point of time, we are going to use that particular function and then we are going to make it. Okay. So these functions, okay, we call them as anonymous functions. Okay, these functions we call them as anonymous functions. So what? So here, instead of d here, we use lambda. Okay, instead of d here, we use lambda. Okay, so we do not give any name here. So in Python, an anonymous function means that a function without a name. It will not have any name. Okay, for example, here we have seen. So we have created a user-defined function to get cube of a value. If I provide any value to that value, we should be getting the cube value. So how we can do that? So def is the keyword, right? Then I have given the name of the function is cube. Then I am passing on one argument here, right? So in return, what I require this to be multiplied 3 times. That's the x cube. I can write it in that way also, right? So I can write it in, I can give, and I can write it in that way. So now the same function, okay, can be written in a different way when we are using the lambda function. Okay, so I'm giving a variable and I'm saying that lambda x is the value, the argument that we are giving, and directly we are providing what is the function, what is the logic that we need to be applied with this particular variable. X is a variable. Okay. It could be anything, right? So I can give x, I can give y, it could be anything. So here is the logic that we are going to provide. So directly I'm going to provide it. So is there a name here? No. But for this, there is no name. So directly I'm going to print the value by calling this particular variable name. There is no specific name for this particular function. Okay. So this we call it as anonymous functions. So anonymous functions are nothing but lambda functions. We also call them as lambda functions. That will be my output. In both cases, the output will be same. But the way of writing the program, that is something different. In first case, we are using user-defined function. In next case, we are using lambda function. Lambda function is nothing but a anonymous. Look into the study material. Please, everybody download the study material. Okay, we have Python code here. So it will be in zip format. You have to unzip it. Okay, that's a file app. Just taking that file. Okay. So that's a file we are working on. Okay, let me open Spider. Yeah, everybody please download it and just open that file. Yeah. Yeah, is it done? Yes, friends. Have you opened that particular file in your Spider? Yes. Can you please confirm? So you'll find the file in your LMS in functions, right? We have functions. In functions, we have study material. You can download that file from here. Okay, Python code. You have to unzip that file. That will be in zip format. You have to unzip, and then directly you have to import that particular file into your Spider. Okay, it's a .py file. So we are using Spider. Okay, I hope it is done. Everybody has taken that file. Okay, yeah. So here I am using a print function, right? I want to print this particular value. So I am saying I'm just running this particular. So what happens? So how many times I could able to print? One time, right? If we have to print it for 100 lines of code, okay, created based on requirement without using function. So we have to run it again and again. That's it. There is no other, right? If I want to print the same thing again and again, so what I have to do? I have to. So we can create a user-defined function here. In that function, so you can see here what we are doing. Always function will start with a keyword. Okay, that's the keyword we have. Then we are going to give some name, right? We are going to give some name, okay, of that particular function. And we are going to give the arguments. Then that will end with a column. Okay? So once we give the column, once we give the enter, that will automatically take the space. It is indentation. Okay. From there, I am giving return statement and I am saying that should be a yes. Okay, return. It's very simple. Okay. So now I'm going to use this particular function. I'm going to call that particular name, and inside that I'm going to provide the values. So then it's a very simple function. Okay, to understand. Okay. Just to understand the structure, how we are going to write our page. So here, if I provide one more value, what will happen? Will it work? How many arguments we have passed? We have passed only 2 arguments. Okay. So if I provide these many values, what will happen here? It will not work. Okay, let's run it and see what is the error we are getting. Yeah, right. It is saying that it is type error. Takes 2 positional arguments, but 3 were given. Exactly, right? So it takes only 2 positional arguments, but 3 were given. That's the error. Okay, so we can only provide 2 arguments. Right? If I provide only 1 argument, what will happen? Will it work? Same, right? B. So, but if I provide a default value, right? If I provide a default value, okay, if I run it, okay, now will it work? Yeah, I have provided a default value there. So default variable, right? Default argument. So let's right. So it is working now. So it is a default argument. Okay, already we have provided a default value. So automatically clear, right? So there are different functions that we have provided here. Okay, so you can use def hello function, and I'm saying pass here. So what will happen now? Not defined any value, but defined an empty function. Here we are defining an empty function here. When I am running it, so nothing. So just I'm trying to take that function and run it. There will not be any result. Right? So we are saying pass. Okay, when I use pass here, so that will it will not give me any error. Generally, if you see here, okay, if I run only this line, okay, without pass, okay, that will say that it is syntax. There is something is pending. Right, there is something is pending. So if I use pass here, and if I run along with pass, that makes it an empty function. Nothing is there. I can use that function, but if I see there, always the pass will be working there. So we'll have nothing. So here we are creating a simple function with keywords. And I have given the keywords here: name, age, and salary. Okay. So I'm just creating this. So we are using print, right? So here I am using the. So what is the function name? Function name is hello, and we are using values. So these values should be automatically inserted. So when we run it, right here we are giving your age. Okay, then the value will be printed there. Okay. Here we are giving your salary. Okay, so wherever we have name, we have the name. Wherever we have age, we have the value, and salary, that is automatically inserted. So we can change this. Okay, we can change this. We can give any value here, and here I am saying hello. So maybe I am giving age. Okay. We are providing maybe the value is 32, right? And I'm giving the salary as 5,000, right? So now again I'm running. So yeah, now we have created a function here. I can use that function multiple times. I can change the arguments that I have provided, and I can use the function multiple times. Okay, please try to run the program along with me. Okay, so that it will be easy to. That's the same function we have used before. Okay. Okay, here what I'm trying to do, I am taking a rectangle area. Okay, so I am trying to find the area of a rectangle. So the formula is width into height. Right, so we are going to take height and width, we are going to calculate. All right. So first I need to start with def, that's a keyword, and I am providing rectangle. What is rectangle area? This is a keyword, that name of the particular function. The name of the function, and I am providing my arguments here. So width, height. So in return, I need width into height to be multiplied. So I am just running it, and I am providing the position. Okay, so width is equal to 1, height is equal to, those are the values that I am trying to provide here, and I am trying to print. Okay, let us change. Okay, maybe if I can change this. Already we have given the keywords, right? Positional arguments, right? We are working on positional arguments. So in place of width, I have given height. In place of height, I have given width, right? So I have changed this. So now we have got 1 into 2 is 2. That's the result. So let me print it. I'll be getting same. Right? These are called as positional arguments. Already the position is defined, right, with the keyword. So if I change that position and if I provide also, that's not an issue. And we'll be getting the value there, right? The same value. We have got 2 before, now also we have. Clear? Right? So here we are providing certain keywords and we are giving the values. So in this way also, we can create a user-defined function. We are trying to see what are the different ways we can use these argument types and we can create different user-defined functions. So the requirement may be different, right? Maybe I'm trying to add something, subtract something, multiply something, or I'm trying to find the area of something, right? Or if I want to print something multiple times. So all these are different requirements. Okay. So when you have this requirement, we are going to apply all these different techniques to build that particular logic. So next I'm trying to create print max. That's a function I'm going to create. I've given A and B. So now, along with definition, I can use the conditional statement also. Okay, based on the provided values. So it will look into the condition, and based on that, I will be getting the result. So we have already seen the conditional statements. Now we are trying to combine the user-defined functions along with the conditional statements, right? So what we can do here, so if A is greater than B, okay, if A is greater than B, so we print A value, right? So A is max. If A is equal to B, okay, else that's a different, it's an alternate condition, right? If this condition is false, what happens? Directly it comes to else. Okay, so if it is true, again it will be looking into the next condition. So whether it has to print two values or not. So if this is also true, so based on that, we are going to get the value. So here it is saying that if A is equal to B, if I'm giving double equal to, so what happens? Automatically, it looks for a Boolean value. Is it true or false? Yeah, it's a comparison we are trying. So it says that is equal to B, and else it will give me maximum. Okay, so that's the function we have created. So I'm just running it. Okay, and in the next line, in 74, we are trying to call that back. Okay, print max 3, 4. Okay, so I have given 3 and 4. What will be the output here? Yeah, friends. Yes, what will be the output for 74, line number 74? Okay. B is maximum. Yes, right. If A is greater than B, it should be saying A is maximum, but B is maximum. So yeah, exactly. Right. So that's the function we have created. So in the same way, okay, I'm giving message and times. What is this? What we are going to look into here? Yeah. What is happening in line number 77? What we are trying to do? Yes, friends. Yeah. So we are trying to pass on a message here, and times is equal to 1. So what is that? What is the type of argument that we have provided here? Yes. Default, exactly. Right. So we have provided default argument. So here we are trying to provide the default argument, and I am saying that times is equal to 1. By default, it is 1. Okay. So I can change this. I can change this to any value. If I am giving times is equal to 10, and now I am trying to run it. So what is in return you are looking for? You are looking for message into times. You are looking for message into times. So when we run it, so we have, I'm using say, yes, right? It will multiply with 10 times. The same word is multiplying with something because we have given times is equal to 10. Okay. So in the same way, we can, it's not that we have to provide only this value. I can provide the value also. What default argument means? That means if I do not provide any value, so that will be taking automatically from time because already we have provided a value. So in the second case, you can see we have provided 5. So it will take 5 times. Right. So that's a value that we have. So I have given space also. That's why it is taking space also, if you see. Right. So in before case, there is no space. But here I have given a string such a way that world space and have closed it. So it is taking space also. Clear, right? So now, yeah, the same thing I have run it. Okay, I have given definition function. I've given A, B, and C. Okay, these are the three different arguments I'm trying to pass. And I want to print A is what is the value we have, and B is what's the value, and C is. So in this case, I have given B as a default value, B I have given a default value, C have given a default. Right? When I just run it, so in 86, we are trying to get that function. So the function I have given 3 and 7. Only two values I have given. I haven't given any 10. So if I run it, so 10 is taken automatically. Right? So in the same way, we have got one more example here. I have given x is equal to 50. Okay, just I have defined it. Okay, just I have defined it here. Okay. Now I have given, I am trying to create a function called as fun. Okay, and see, okay, function. Okay, I have given that name, and we have given an argument. So what I need to print x is this value, and inside the definition, okay, inside this user defined function, we have also defined what is x is. Okay, then we are saying print changed local x to this value. Okay, let's try and see what we are going to get. And this print option is completely a different. Okay, it's outside that value. If I'm just running only this, okay, I have just only taken up to here. And if I'm taking function, okay, so here we haven't provided any value. So if I run it, it has taken the last value. So the x value that we have given outside here, okay, x is equal to 50. So that has been printed. Okay, so what is the function we are trying to create here? So we have given an argument, and we are saying that print x is this value, okay, whatever argument that we have provided. Okay, so here already we are defining what is x values. And here in the next line, we are saying x is equal to 2. So this is something we are writing inside this. So we'll be looking into local and global variables. Okay, so here the x is equal to 50 that we are seeing, this will be a global variable, and x is equal to 2 that we are writing inside the function, we call it as a local variable. We will be looking into that. So now we have the special variables, right? So like we have seen a star and a keyword. So what happens here? I can give multiple values. Okay, so if I am providing something like this, like f of x, that means only one argument. So if I am providing only one argument, I can give only one argument. If I give more than one argument, it will not take. It will throw in an error, type error, right? So here, if I am providing star, I can provide number of values. Okay, so there is no limit. I can provide number of values. So the same thing, I'm creating my function here. I have given the star and a variable name. Okay, just a value, that is, this can be given anything. For argument, I'm writing a simple for loop here. For argument, okay, print the values whatever that are being generated. Okay, so let's run and see. Okay, and here I am calling that function with these values. So it will give me the values. Okay, to print the values as it is what they are. Right? The same way, if I provide two asterisk symbols and a keyword and some variable name, okay, here in this case, the values that we are going to get, that will be in key value pair. Okay, in dictionary, what we do, okay, in a similar way, we can provide these values. Okay, if you see here, I am giving intro is a function I'm creating, and I am giving these arguments. Okay, I'm saying print. Okay, so if I give /n, what does that mean? Yeah, if I'm giving /n, so that represents new line. right? So data type of argument, and I am giving type here. I need to get the type also. If I give type, what will happen? It's a predefined function. So I want to know what is the type of this data that we are providing. Right? That also should be printed. And then we are saying for key value. So we are going to provide a key and a value in data items. So what is items here? Where we have seen items? Yeah, I'm providing data dot items. It's a built-in function where we have seen items. Remember? It's a function associated with a data type. When we have looked into dictionaries, right? Yes, exactly. Right. So when we have used dictionaries, there we have used keys, values, and items. These are the three different functions we have seen in dictionaries, right? So we are using items here. Okay, data dot items. So for key and value, okay, for these both values, so we are trying to run a loop here. And I'm saying whatever values that are being provided, because we don't know how many values we are going to provide here. I can provide multiple values. Okay, so that values to be inserted, right? So here we have given the format function. So we have seen, right, when we have looked into string formatting, there we have seen different methods. So when I am using a format function here, if I am using a format function, if I'm providing key and values here, automatically these values, whatever I am providing inside this function as arguments, that will be inserted into these blanks. Okay, here we have flower brackets. Inside that flower brackets, those values. So here I'm going to have key, here I'm going to have the value. So whatever value. Let's run this. Okay, and I am giving first I am trying to add this value. Okay, I just in place of first name I'm giving Sita, last name I'm giving Sharma, age is equal to 22, phone is. Let's see what we are going to have. Right? So first name is Sita, last name is Sharma. Okay, age is 22, phone is 6. Right? So we have given the string part here. Okay, so every item will automatically get inserted and we are going to get that value. And before we have also given one more print statement here saying that whatever we are providing in this data, okay, and the type of argument that we are providing. So we need to find that type of argument. So data type of argument is dictionary. Right? How it is dictionary? We have key and values. Right? We have key and values here. So the data type is dictionary. Right? We can enter any values. So we have created it. So now we can enter. So we're giving /n. So it is taking. So these values are getting in unit. Right? So we have got this print. Then it went to the new line. Yeah. So that is how we can use this double asterisk and data. Okay, we'll see them. Okay. So again, we have one more example here. So it will be more clear when we look into this particular example. Okay. So in line number 129, okay, we are using three types of arguments here. Okay? Three types of arguments. So initial, so I can give any value directly there. Okay, only one value could be given. So in the next case, I am giving asterisk and numbers. So I can give multiple values. Okay. So in the third case, I am giving double asterisk and keywords. Here, I am going to give the data in this, in key value pair form. Right. So I am creating a function such a way that I can provide the values in all these different types. Okay. So let's see what we have written here. I am saying count is equal to initial. Right. So I have just taken some variable here, and I am saying that that variable is equal to initial. That means whatever value that we are providing in initial, that will be taken with the variable count. Okay. So now count is equal to initial. Then for number in numbers, because here we are having multiple values, a range of values. So I am using a for loop because I can give any number of values. As I am using star here, I can provide any number of values. So I am saying for number in numbers, Okay, we are having, then I am giving a condition. Okay, what is the value that we are going to look into? That is count plus or equal to number. So what we are going to get here? Yeah, when we are using count plus or equal to number, what we are going to get here? We have seen this in operators. Yeah, exactly. So count is equal to count plus number, right? So now whatever value that I am getting in count, okay, so that will be added to the number. Okay, so whatever value we are having here. So every time we are having, so here I am having three values. So first, if the count value is 10, right? If the first initial, this value is 10 and numbers, it is 1, 2, 3. Then here we are giving keywords. So, okay. So we have 50 and 100. So those are the values that we have right now. Now, how does this particular loop works? Okay, initially what we say, count is equal to initial. So first the count value will be 10, right? Then we are saying that for number in numbers. So every time, so it has to go through each and every time. So we have three values here. Okay, so first time when it takes count plus or equal to number, it will be 10 plus 1, right? 10 plus 1. So that will be equal to 11. So second time, the count value that we are taking, that will change, right? That will change to 11 plus 2. That will be equal to 30. Then again, the count value changes. 13 plus 3, that will be equal to 6. Clear, right? So now we have processed up to this step, line number 132. Okay, so first we have assigned a whichever value is assigned. Okay, just I have taken the same value that we have assigned here, so we can assign any values. Okay, so just if I have taken the initial value as 10, so already we have defined that count is equal to initial value, anything you take. Okay, any value you take. So here I have taken it as 10. Okay, now I am writing the for loop because in the next argument we have taken it as star numbers, so I can take any number of numbers. So I have taken three values, 1, 2, and 3. I can take 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Right? We can take any number of numbers. So I have taken 1, 2, 3. So now what we have given here, I have used an operator here, and using this particular operator. So if I say count plus or equal to number, that is nothing but count is equal to count plus number. So I have done the same thing. Okay. So finally, we have got now the count value is 16. Okay. So at the end of this particular line, okay, 132, now the count value is 16. Now the next we are giving for key in keywords. Okay. So if I want to access a value, okay, if I want to access a value in dictionary, so we have to use key. The word that we have given for key, so that key should be used. Okay, key is the one we have to use and we have to access it. So I'm saying key in keywords. Okay, whatever we have provided in keywords here. Okay, count plus or equal to. Okay, count plus or equal to keyword, and it should be accessed by key. Okay, generally what we do, keyword is the name. Okay, we give a value there. What is the value? Maybe the index value. When it comes to, if we are working on a list, okay, if I want to access something, so I'm going to give an index value and I'm going to access it. But in case of dictionary, what we are going to do, we are going to give the key. So as I am giving the for loop here, it will be looking into key for every time. It looks for key for every time. So it takes as the first time, second time, third index, that. Okay. So it looks for key. Okay, for key, what is the value we have? So it is going to take 16 plus 50 for the first time, the same, right? I am using count plus or equal to. So that means count is equal to count plus whatever value that we have in that. Okay. So now it will be 50 plus 16, it will be 66. Then we have one more value. So next time again, it will add. So 100 plus 66 will be 66. Okay, that's the final value we are going to get here. Okay, so here we are trying to observe two things. One is the syntax that we have written. Okay. So you have to maintain the indentation throughout. That is something important. So we start with def. Okay. So our function should always have a name. Inside that name, okay, what are the arguments we are going to pass? So arguments are of different types. So here we are showing the initial argument. Okay, we can give only one value. If I'm giving star and numbers, I can give multiple values. Then if I am using double asterisk, so we can give the arguments in key value format. Okay, so then we can use for loop, right? Before we have seen that we can use if condition. The same way I can use for loop and I can create the function. Right? So based on that, if I give any values here, okay, like if I'm giving any values directly, automatically that will, I can change this. I can use this function and I can work on the data. Already this function is created. So just I need to change these values and I will be getting the value. Okay, whatever value I need. So if I just run it, I'm going to get 166. Are we clear with this? Yeah. Do we have any doubts? From line number 129 to 136. Do we have any doubts? Yeah. Okay. You can change these values and see what is happening. Okay. Always we can test it. Okay. We can change these values or we can change these operators and see how we are going to generate it. Okay. So as we have discussed earlier, related to local values, local variable and global variable. So here you can see the function. Already I have defined x is equal to 5. Okay. Now I want to print x. So do we have we given any x here? No, right? We haven't given any x value here. So just I am trying to create a function called as new and I want to print x value. So from where it has to take x value. So already the value has been defined before outside the function, right? So whenever we do not define a value inside a function, okay, and if that particular variable and value present, okay, outside the function, automatically it tries to take that. So when we run it, and if I see what I have in new, okay, if I'm just giving, so it says that number is 5 because already the value is different. If in case, okay, I am just defining it here. Okay, I'm providing x is equal to 10. Okay, I have given x is equal to 10. So now, what will be the output here if I run it? Number is 10, right? Because this is the local variable. Local variable will be defined inside the user defined function. Okay? If it is not defined, okay, automatically the program will look for the global variable. Where do we have global variable? It is present outside. It will not be present inside. Okay, so that is how we are going to use the global variable and local variable concepts. Okay, same example that we have given here. Now let's try to implement this. Actually, let's see how it is going to work. So I'm creating something called as local. That's a function I'm trying to create here. In that function, you can see I have defined age, that's a variable. I have defined name, that's a variable. And now I want to print. Okay, so in print, I am trying to take these values here. Okay, modulus symbol. Okay, I'm taking the modulus symbol. We have seen this in string operations, right? So by taking the modulus symbol and inside the values, if I provide any values, based on that, I'm going to fill these string values. Okay, string that we have created, we can fill those spaces, okay, by using these values. So I am giving modulus s. What does that mean? What is modulus s is? Yeah, friends, what is modulus s? If I am giving modulus and s, what I am expecting the value there? Yes. String, exactly, right? So when I'm giving modulus I, it's an integer, and again, it's a string. Okay. Now, if I print, okay, what I am going to get, what will be the output? Can you please guess what will be the output? Yeah, when I run it, what will be in my output? That's the data. That's a code we have already. Yes. One Ayush and Nagpur. Okay, let's see how we are getting that. So name, yeah, already have provided the name. So definitely the name will be taken from here. It's a local variable. If local variable is present, it will not take from global variable. Right? That's clear. Okay. Now what about age? Age is also present here. So the value will be taken from local variable. So it will not go for global variable. Now what about place here? We do not have place. So automatically it will go to the global variable that we have. Inside that, we have provided a list of values. So again, here I can access that list. Right? Just now we have discussed, right? So we can access that list by using the index name. Right, I have given 0, so it starts from 0, 1, and 2. So in 0th position, I can see mark. So automatically that will give me mark. Okay, so just run it. Okay, if I see the data, places is not defined. Why? I have run it, right? Okay, I haven't run that. So I'm getting Ayush is 1 year old and lives in. Clear? That's how we are going to use the local variable and global. Okay. So you can make those changes and you can check how it is going to work. Okay. So here I'm just trying to change the position of the places. Okay. So now in this case, if I run it, you can see I'm getting home. You can use this. You can use this in different ways. Okay. Right. So that's the global variable that we have. So we have something also called as recursion function. Okay. What's it? Let's take a short break for 5 minutes. Okay. We'll come back and we'll see the rest of it. Okay, we shall start the session again. Okay, so now okay, sorry, let's continue the session. So the next we are looking into recursion. Okay, recursion is a defined function can call itself. Okay, so Python accepts function recursion. Here, what happens? A defined function, already we have defined a function that can call itself. So let's create a function before, and then we will see, okay, how we can write it in other ways. So if you observe, we are trying to create a function for factorial. What is factorial? Yeah, friends, what is factorial? Yes, what is factorial? Any idea? Combinations and permutations. We'll try to see how many combinations are there, right? So we take, if I am asking, if I'm giving factorial, okay, that is 3 factorial. It will be given as such way, right? So 3 factorial is nothing but 3 into 2 into 1. How many combinations are possible? Okay, so if I'm giving 10, so that means 10 into 9 into 8 into 1, right? So that is factorial. Okay, now I am trying to create a function for getting this value. If I give 100, so I should be getting 100 factorial. Manually, it's a bit difficult, right? So I am using something like a function. Okay, I'm using a function. So I am going to pass one argument. Okay, one argument, and I should be getting this value. So in this argument, if I am saying 10 factorial, so it should take all 10 values. So no, it should take the values from 10 to 1. Okay, that is something we need to look at. So let's see how we can do that. I'm just creating a function. Okay, that's a function name we have given there. If n is less than 0, okay, if the value that you are providing that is less than 0, so what should be the print there? Input the positive number. It will say that please input the positive number because it will not take a negative. Okay, that is one thing. If I give a negative value, what happens? It multiplies and okay. So generally in factorial, when we take only positive. Okay, that is one thing. Now, can I take 0? Yes, always the factorial for 0 will be 1. It will not change. Okay, the factorial for 0 will be always 1. So if the value that you have given, that's an alternate condition. If the value that you have given that is equal to 0, okay, then what will happen? Automatically, it will print that factorial of 0 is 1. Okay, so that is 1. Now, else what it has to do. So if the factorial is equal to 1, okay, just I have hard coded it, like saying that fact is equal to 1. That's a variable I have taken. Now I am writing a for loop because I may have multiple values, right? I'm not going to deal with one value. If I'm saying 100 into 99 into 98 into 97 into, that goes up to 1, right? So there will be a range of values. So when we always have a range of values, we go for loop, right? So here I am looking for loop. Okay. So in for loop, I'm saying for I in range 1, okay, 1 to the number of x. We don't know, right? The n could be any value. So it has to take from 1 to n. If I'm giving 3 is the n value, it will take 1 into 2 into 3. Either ways it is 3 into 2 into 3 to 6. Okay. Here also 1 into 2, 2 into 3. So both either ways we are going to get the same. So I am saying whatever value we are taking here. Okay. So that value. So if I take range, what will happen in range? If I give range and if I give 1 comma n, what will happen? Yeah, friends, it will take only up to that value. Okay, if I'm giving n value as 10, it will take 9 because the nature is like taking n minus 1, right? So to avoid that, I am saying n plus whatever value it is we are giving, that will be take. If I'm giving 10, it will take 11. So automatically 10 will be applied. Okay, then I am saying fact, okay, asterisk is equal to I. So what happens here? Operator, we have used an operator. If I'm saying asterisk is equal to I, how the multiplication will be? So fact, yes, exactly, is equal to fact into I. Okay, so whatever, what is fact here? Fact is 1, right? We have already hard coded. So it will start with 1. It will start with 1 into whatever I value I'm getting. Okay, so 2, 3, it continues. If it is 4, 5, 6, whatever n value that I'm getting in my loop, that value will be inside. So automatically that will be multiplied and I'm going to get the value. Right? So I'm just running it. Right? So I'm just trying to test it. That's a fact I have created. I'm seeing for fact 5. It's 120. Okay, if I give minus 5, already we have written that condition there, right? Already we have written that condition. But instead, input the positive number, right? If I am giving 0, right? If I'm giving 0, we'll say that factorial of 0 is 1. Right? All 3 different conditions we have given there. And based on that, we are getting this result. Are we clear? All right. So we get in the same way. Now we are looking to recursion, right? We call the same function internally. Okay. So define fact. Okay. So we are using n is less than if okay, all these conditions are same, but that we have given. And we haven't given any for loop. Right? This for loop is not given anymore. I am saying else return n value, whatever n value that we are giving here, that into fact n minus 1 value. So what will be the fact n minus 1 value if I'm giving it as 10? Okay, so automatically it will take the factorial value. So I'm recalling this particular function again. Right? The same function that we have already called. Okay, we are again recalling that function and I am providing that value. So n into, if I'm taking n as equal to 10, 10 into what? So I'm taking the factorial function here. Inside factorial function, 10 minus 1. Okay, so automatically that will be carried. So whatever values are taking. So what happens in factorial? It gives, in this, it gives 9, 8, it gives maybe like 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. So 10 into these values. How we are getting these values? We are getting these values by factorial. Already we have written them. So directly I am going to run. Right? If I see, I'm going to get the same result. Right? So we can recall. So this concept that we have here, we call it as recursion. Okay. So we can use recursion also. And next we have something called as list comprehensions and dictionary comprehensions, which makes readability very easy and clear. Okay, that means whatever code we are writing, we can write the same code in a different way if my output is list. Right? If I am getting the output is in list form. Okay, So before that, let's just see. I am defining some set of symbols here. Okay, and I am saying it as symbols, and I am creating a empty list. Okay, that means there will be no values in that list. Then I am saying for symbol in symbols. Okay, we are giving code. Okay, I'm just writing a loop here. Okay, I'm writing a loop, and I'm trying to add append here. So ORD is a predefined function. So for each of this value, okay, that we have, we will have certain number that we call it as Unicode. Okay, we are trying to print that Unicode. So as we are using append, every time it loop goes to this symbol, I am going to get a Unicode that will be added into this particular list, comma. And again, because we have used append, so the values will be added only at the end. So again, next it goes to dollar, it finds the Unicode, it gets it added. So when we run it, okay, when I see what I have in quotes, that's a value error. Okay, so in the same way, the same thing, okay, whatever, so the result we are getting in list format, the same thing we can write in a different manner also, that we call it as list compression, alternative way to perform the above Unicode using list compression. So what we are doing, I'm not writing any for loop, anything outside, okay, multiple lines, right? In a single line, I am taking this existing function and I am taking the variable and I am saying for symbol in symbol, that's it. Only one line. Okay, what will be the result? Result will be same. Okay, whatever we are getting here. So based on this particular variable I have given, I'll be getting the result. Same, right? So in the same way, this is the same example. So if I want to divide something, okay, so if I run it, okay, if you see what we have in print. So what we did in line number 240. Yeah, can somebody explain what we have done in line number 240? It's a list comprehension. Okay, the result will be in list format. Okay, but what is this code? We have taken 12 values, okay, range of 12 values, and when that particular value, I have written a condition. If I is divided, okay, if I modulus 2 is equal to 1, only those values will be printed. Remaining will not be printed. Yeah, exactly. Odd numbers. Right? In the same way, we can take dictionary, okay, dictionary comprehension, right? I have created a dictionary here, range of values, okay, numbers, and I'm trying to print. Okay, so that's the range of values. Okay, here, what I am trying to do, I am creating an empty dictionary. Okay, so then I'm trying to add certain values to it. Okay, I'm using for loop for n in numbers. If n modulus 2 is equal to 0, then we have to get those. We have the range of values here already. So I'm using new dictionary. Okay, and I am n exponential. Okay, so if I am having n exponential 2, that is whatever value you are taking, that is square of that value. We are taking the square of that value. So when we print it, right, how many values we are getting? We are getting 2 values here. We are creating a dictionary here. Right, already initially we have created a set of values. Okay, when we have taken numbers here, we have taken set of values here. Inside that values, when we have written a for loop, okay, from that numbers we are writing a for loop. So first we said that n modulo of 0. So we have taken 0, 2, 4, 6, and in all these cases, when we multiply, we are going to get 0 as the remainder. So if it is 0 or if it is 2, 4, right? So those values we are trying to print. The square of those values that we have got. The same thing can be written in a different manner also. In a single line, right? I'm just defining n square for, okay, these are the values, right? I need to get n and n square. So if it is 2, it is 2 square. For n in numbers, the condition is whatever values you are taking there, that should give me a remainder of 0. Same code we can write this way also. Right? So that is what we have done. Yeah. So Yeah, that's a dictionary we have created, and same dictionary can be written. These are different examples. You can just go through once and you can run it. Okay, and once you run the code, it will be more. Okay, so that is dictionary comprehension. We have list comprehension and dictionary. In the same way, we also have something called a zip and unzip, right? So we can use a zip format here when we run it. So that's the value. Okay, and these are the three different values. Okay, now I want to combine them. Right, I want to combine these. Okay, so I'm using something called a zip. Okay, if I map, okay, I can map them by using zip here. I'm using map. I'm getting. So it's like zip format. Okay, we have a zip folder, right? We have to unzip it. Okay, only then we can see. In the same way, these values, whatever we are getting, we cannot see them directly. Okay, I have to see them by using. Okay, we need to convert that into some data type. So here, whatever I am getting here, I am converting that into set. Okay, if I see what I have in map, I just select and run it. So what we have done here, so we have combined all these values. How we have done it? So here, if you observe, it takes values from same index here, same index. But when we are getting this result, there is no order because we are using set. We can use anything. Okay, you can use list, you can use anything. So, and based on that, we are going to get the. If I take the same thing, if I run it again, these are the values. Okay, I'm taking mapped print. Okay, now I am saying. So we have. So I can take this. If I take it list. So see the values. I can do it. Okay. List contains. Here we have an order here. You can see there is an order that is maintained. So Manjit, Nikhil, Shambhavi, and Asta. So that's the sequence. But when it comes to set, there will not be any order. So the values are have same size. Can we use zip? It should have same size. We cannot use zip. Okay, definitely they should have same size. Let us try it. Okay, maybe I'm taking 5. Now we have different sizes here. I'm just assign it. I'm just trying to zip it. Maybe it is taking. Okay, I think it will work. How the values we are going to get? That is just skipping. Okay, that value it is not taking. Okay, we can provide the values, but I have given 5, but it hasn't taken any 5 value. Okay, yeah, we can use, but it will not take only those values that it will take based on the index. Okay, so we can also unzip. Okay, to unzip, we do not have any specific function like unzip. So what we have to do, I have to use zip function, I have to use asterisk, and whatever file that we have there, that I have to give the file. So directly that will unzip. But before that, we need to specify the values where we need to place those values. That is something important. Okay, like here we are giving different variable names. So that will automatically get into those variables. Because here we have separated everything. Okay, we do not have any variable name here. Right? We does not know to which variable it has to go. So we have to specify that. Okay, either we can specify the same names that we have given earlier, or we can give another names. I have given another names. Just I am trying to unzip them. So when I print it, okay, so here we have the value, the name. So all names I am getting here. The same way we have all values. You can see all marks. Right. So that's how we can. Okay. So along with this, there are many built-in functions. I can use sort. Right. Sort is a built-in function. Right. I can give any values if I want to sort them. Yes, we can sort them. right? We can do it. Okay, if we have if I want to reverse, okay, maybe if I want to reverse, okay, I can use reverse is the function. Like by default, I am getting this order, okay, when I'm using sorted, and if I'm using, so it will be in reverse. Right? We can use it on text or any numerical values also. Okay, I can also provide key value reverse. Okay, if I want to see more about sorted, okay, just if I want to see more about sorted, what are the functions we have and everything, you can see. Just if I over here, I can look into that, or if I click anywhere directly, that will redirect me to the, right, it will redirect directly me to this particular help. You can see what are the different parameters we have here, right? So we have to give iterable, we can also give the key, okay, we can also give reverse, right? So here we are giving the length. When I say key, we are giving the length. Based on length also it will, okay, based on length also the sorting can be done. Okay, so here we are giving reverse. So when we run it, yeah, right. So as the length is decreasing, so we are getting the values, right? So you can use it, okay, ascending or descending, okay, by default, okay. So what we are getting, okay, all those values can be changed. So here, so we are providing a list, okay, and I am trying to give the ID. Okay, ID of list will not change. Okay, that means whenever we are saying, we are trying to see the difference between mutability and immutability. Okay, in the first case, what we are trying to do, we are trying to create a list here. Okay, so I have created a list, then I have printed, and ID will give me the specific location of that particular value. So when I run it, so that's the location. Okay, that's inside that memory location, whatever it is. Okay, some ID will be given there. So now I am trying to change the list. Okay, so mutability, I can make those changes, right? So I am giving these values and I want to change. So when I'm running it, and if I see, so there are certain changes that have happened. Okay, that's the list I have created. Now this is the list we have. What about the memory location here? That will not change. It will be same. Okay, it will append the values to the same location. But now when it is a tuple is immutable. So I have created a tuple. I'm trying to find the location, right? That's the value. Now I am trying to make certain changes. Okay, so here you can see it will be in a different location. It will change. Okay, that's something we need to remove. Okay, so that's, we call it an augmented assignment operator, okay, that we have used here. Okay, when we use this, okay, this particular operator we have used, and we have seen what is the difference that is happening. So if we have missing values, right? Handling missing values. If we have missing values here, so what we can do? Okay, I have taken a dictionary. So in dictionary, I have given A and B are two keys, trying to output value of an absent key. Will it work? Yeah, what will be the output? Yes. Do we get any output or do we get error? Key value, right? It's an error. We haven't provided any value there. So how can we expect a value, right? It's a key. Okay. So we need to handle these kind of errors, importing collection for default dictionary. Okay, there are like different errors that we can handle here by using directly the lambda function. Okay, so like here I am providing default dictionary, the lambda function. Okay, I'm saying if there is any value that is not available, okay, it will not give me an error. I'm trying to handle that particular error by providing key not found. Right, it will not give me an area any error, but it will say that key not found. Okay, we can add that. Okay, so that is what we are trying to provide. We can handle that error that way. So if we have like exceptional handling, there also will be looking into these factors. Okay, I'm defining the values here. So now I am trying to run it again. Okay, so this time I haven't given any C value, but when I run it, it will say key not available. will not throw me an error, right? So if I get any error, the program will stop there. Okay, that will obstruct the flow, right? To avoid that only, we are trying to use pass function, right? In the same way, now we are trying to use the this function also. Okay, that's the anonymous function that we can see. Okay, directly I'm creating an anonymous function. I'm not writing any function name. So there is no name for lambda. Okay, so when we have a lambda function, there will not be any name. We call it as anonymous function. So directly just in this position I'm going to use and I'm going to leave it. Okay, so I can run it directly by using that. That's it. Okay, just a variable. Okay, it's a variable. That's it. Okay, it's not a user-defined function anymore. So if it is a user-defined function, we can save it. Okay, that is one. So if I take a new file, if I create a function, I can save this function. Okay, and this particular function I can import into any other requirement also. So maybe this project I have created a function, and this project is over. I'm working on project 2. There again I require this function. Okay, so as we import our the built-in functions, we can also import the user-defined functions. That is possible. Yeah, please be on mute. So we can import that function. Okay, that is possible by using user-defined function. It is not possible by lambda function. Okay, it's just a variable. It's like a variable. I'm going to use that and I'm going to leave it there. Right, so these are certain functions that we have. Along with that, we have something called as map. Right, I can also map will be used along with lambda. Okay, we can use map is a function that can be used along with lambda. So here I am just creating certain values. Okay, then I am saying that the result, whatever, so each value should be multiplied by 2, and that I need to get in a list format. So we are trying to, so when I, right, so I am trying to get each value in string format here. So I am using map. So it will take each and every value, and based on that, it creates a mapping. Okay, if I want to filter, yes, I can use the option filter. Okay, and I am using the filter option with lambda. Okay, based on that, I am saying any value that is greater than 50. Okay, and the range of list I have provided between. So already the function is created. Only I am going to get the x modulus 2. Okay, those values I'm going to get here. Okay, so in this case, I have taken up to 100. Right, these are all different values. Okay, depending on the function, we can change all. These are all okay. These are all functions you can see here. These are anonymous functions here. Okay, reduce, filter. These are built-in functions. So along with these built-in functions, we also use the anonymous function. Right, we have something called as reduce. If I want to reduce the values, okay, we can use reduce function. Always there is if we are using loop here, we are also use list comprehensions. We have seen map. Okay, map. Okay, which is always used with lambda function. So just we are trying to make a difference here. The same function I have taken to show you how we can write it again. So I have taken list and an empty list. Okay, I have created a list and an empty list. First, I am using for loop. So in for loop, I have used append function. So it will take the square of each value and automatically that will give me the result. Right? So I can do that way. When it comes to list comprehension, I am trying to get all these values, whatever we have taken in the list. Okay, so I can do that. Okay, we haven't given any print. Okay, if we have given print, so automatically we would have got the values. You can just run it and see. Yeah, right. That's a list comprehension. When it comes to mapping here, I am going to use the map function along with lambda function. So here I am creating a lambda. So the same program can be written in different ways. Okay, so that is something. So we have loop, comprehension, and map to reduce the number of lines of code. That also we can do. Right? So that is what we are trying to run. Okay, so in all these cases, maybe if I take the square 1, okay, if I take square 2 or square 3, the result will be same. But we have written the same thing in 3 different ways. Okay, that is something we need to, okay. And there is one more concept called as iterators. Okay, we have like iterators and generators. So iterators is an object which allows a programmer to transverse through all the values. Okay, whatever values we have. So we call it as transversing, right? Moving from one value to another value. There are 10, if there is a range of 10 values. So when I use loop, what happens? The loop will transfers into each and every value. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, up to 10. That is a range, right? So we call it as transversing. So iterators will support in transversing. Okay, so here we have, I'm just creating a function. Okay, yeah, I just print, these are the values I get. Okay, now I am using iter. Okay, converting into iterator. We are trying to convert that into iterator. If I print, okay, if I see what we have here, so here we'll get the more details. Okay, if you see what we have in iterator, right? It's a class list iterator. So we are trying to convert. Okay, converting into iterator. We are trying to convert the list that we have taken. That is now being converted into iter form. Okay, it's like something for Python where we use all these. These can be said as like a special variable. Okay, so these will be used in the core Python where we are going to work. So just try to understand. Okay, mostly we are not going to use all these things. Okay, so now I am trying to apply. So I am just creating an object. Okay, into this new list. Okay, I'm just applying and I'm seeing these are the values. Okay, the same thing. So I am taking names, print next names. Okay, so now what will I get? If I'm using next function, okay, it will print only one value. What is the next value that we have? Okay, if I just print, sorry, list object is not okay. Okay, I think I haven't run that way. Okay, so yes. We have run names. We have, okay, these are the values. So basically what happens, it gives me only one value. If I'm using iter, let me check. Every time it will process only one value. Okay, that's so how the iteration works. Okay, so while the iteration going on, okay, while the iteration goes on, so it will take only one value. Okay, so every time when you run it, so next time if I'm running it, it will take the second value, then it will take the third value, it takes the fourth value. So that's how the iteration works here. So that is what we are trying to see when it comes to. So why do we use iterator generally? Okay, an iterable, right? When we say iterable, is an object that has an iter method which returns an iterator. Okay, or defines a method that can take sequential indexes starting from 0. So in the same way, we have something called as generator. So here I am taking these values. Okay, that's the iteration that I am trying to look into, the range of values. Okay, then I'm just trying to import system. Okay, so size of variable names is sys dot that particular size of the values, okay, gigabytes. Okay, if I just run it, sorry, I have to import it first. Yeah, that gives the size of that particular value, right? After iteration, right? So I can get all these values. So I'm getting the iter. So I have applied the iter to these values. Okay, whatever iterable values we have, I will apply iter. So that's something with iterator. Okay, these are something related to core Python topics. Okay, mostly in our data science, we are not going to get that deeper into all these topics. Okay, it's not. So the next topic, generators, that is something associated with our exception handling. Okay, we'll try to look into exception handling, then we'll come back to. Okay, that is functions. Okay, so I hope we are clear with functions. Okay, we have seen what are different types of functions we have, and how to create a user-defined function. In user-defined function, what are the different ways we can provide the arguments? Okay, that is something we have seen and that we have worked on. Okay, so the next topic that we have is exceptional handling. Okay, so let me take study material from here. It's a simple topic. Okay, so we'll see what are the different exceptions that we are going to have and why we are going to use those exceptions. So exceptions are nothing but errors. Okay, let me upload that file, exception handling. Okay, so just we are trying to see what is the current working directory. What is current working directory? The folder where you have your program to be running, right? So whatever file I have taken, this current file is in the desktop. So if I ask for current working directory, so first we need to import OS. Okay, we need to import OS. Right, so I'm just running it. From here, we can go to get working directory. So that means that's my current working directory. You can see, right? So you can keep all the files in those one folder, and that will be your current working directory. If I want to change, yes, I can change the current working directory to anything else. Okay, this change directory. If I want to change that particular directory to another, so we have to give the path here. Okay, so for example, I can also get the current working directory from here. You see this position. So if I want to change, yes, I can change that. Right, I can change that to any current working directory. From where you are taking the file, that will be a current working directory. Okay, so that can be given as a current working directory. So here also you have that path. Okay, from where you are getting that, okay, that path can be seen on here also. If you want to print it, okay, so we have something called as OS. Okay, that's the library. From there, I am going to see get CWD. That's a current working directory. I am trying to get current working directory. So here, so whatever files I'm trying to generate here, that will generate automatically in my current working directory. Okay, that is something we need to understand. I am trying to create a text file. Okay, so we have a function called as open. Okay, by using open function, I can create a text file. I can read it. I can open. I can write and can create. So now we are trying to see the same functions here. So first, I am trying to open a file. Okay, here, let me create a folder first. I'm creating a folder test. Okay, and I am having this file in test. Okay. So if I am taking the file directly from that folder, okay, test folder. Okay, so that's a file we have taken directly from the folder, from the test. I'm saying no. Okay, the same way, now I'm trying to create something called as demo1 text. It's a text file. Okay, I have I'm just writing hello. Just we are trying to see how to open a file. If I have a text file, so any file can be opened, right? So we are trying to work on the text file. Okay. So that's my current working directory. From there, I have taken this file. So if I run it, okay, where is the location? Just copy and paste the path also. That is also we can do. Just copying and pasting it. There's a mistake here. Okay, so let me change the name there. Let us try again. Okay, yeah. Secondly, if I give the current working directory, so I can directly provide the name because it will be looking into only that particular folder. Okay, now I am trying to okay, so now that's a file. Okay, we can, that's a text file. Okay, that's a text file we have. Okay, so that is now we can open it. Now in the same file, if I want to make certain changes, right? So another way to open the file is with open. So I'm going to give the path. Okay, I'm giving as, and what I need to do, I need to read that file. Okay, so I'm saying that I'm just saving that in XY and I'm trying to read that file. So that also we can do. If I give XY, so what I have in that, so I am going to get it. So these are two different ways to open a text file. We are trying to look into the text. The same way I can add some lines, right? I'm going to give the path there and I can add some lines to this file. I'm saying adding new lines. So just, so here we are using something called as write function. I'm going to write something into that particular. So if I see what I have, maybe it is in XY. No, I have already taken it. Okay, just if I want to open it again. Okay, now I want to read what we have and one line at a time. Okay, so I am using read line. That will give only one line. Right? If I want to write anything, yes, we can write. Okay, if I just see what I have in this particular folder, I open this file. So write will always rewrite everything. It will remove whatever that is there. It will remove and it will rewrite it. So write function will do. So we have used before hello world we have written. So that has been completely removed. Right. So we have used write function there. Right. These are like all inbuilt functions that already we have. Okay. Then again, if I print again, okay, I can see what are the values I have. Okay, if I just try to line 1, Okay, let me copy. Okay, let me create one more line here. Okay, so if you want to read line by line, we can do that using this particular function. I'm just trying to save it. Okay, now I am trying to see what I have in the next line. So that's one. So that's in line number 2. It's in line number 3. Right? We can do that. So in the same way, I can open and I can read what I have in the 5th character. Right? So just I'm trying to run it and I'm trying to read. So up to 5 characters. First line up to 5 characters. That's the content that we can do. So here I'm giving the values, right? Positional values. We know the positional values, I'm giving positional. Right? So I can also create or append. Okay, that also we can do. I can write and I can add the content automatically. So first we need to provide the file location, right? The path where you want to make these changes. Okay, and I am trying to write it. Now the file has more content. That is something I need to enter there. Now what will happen if generally if I use write, what will happen? It will remove everything. But now if I just look into the file, open it, right? So already we have the content, but it has appended, right? It has added a content. So before so how it is done? So I have used append, right? A, right? By using A, so it has appended there. So that is how we are going to use these expressions. You can see here, we have given a list of expressions in the beginning. These expressions are very important. So if I read, I am going to give only R. For append, I am going to give A. So here in this position, I have given A. Right? It has automatically appended. Right? So that is how we are going to work on open function. Okay. So in the same way, yes. Right here I am using R. Right? By using R, I can read it. Right? So I'm saying the format. Okay. Once when we create, we are going to specify what we are going to do. Either I'm going to read, either I'm going to write, right? So those details we are going to provide. Right? So I can read. Okay, I can. So the format that you have given, I want to read it. So that's the read format. Okay. Creating a new file, right? Yes, I can create a new file, but I need to provide the location of the new file. Okay, I'm just giving here. I'm saying. Okay, so when I run it, automatically a new file is created and I am writing something in the new file also. Okay, if I just go to the location, we have one more file here. Okay, new file, right? I can read the new file and whatever we have done before. Yes, same thing again. If I want to close it, yes, I can close the file from here also. I can close it. If I want to remove, yes, right. I have to give the location. Okay, I have to give the location. I have to say os.remove. Let me give the location. And I am going to say remove. So automatically that particular file will be removed. If I want to read, nothing will be. So on desktop, tested, only one. Yeah, right. These are all different, okay, different expressions we can use, right? In to remove what we have done here, we have used remove is the function. Yeah, right? Remove is the function. So when we have exception is nothing but error. Okay, either it is a syntax error or there are certain exceptions. Syntax errors are also called as exceptions. Okay, so here I am trying to create an exception here. We have x is equal to evaluate. Okay, evaluate input function. Okay, something I have given. Okay, I'm saying now I have to give some value here, and I'm saying I have to give maybe if I'm giving 10. Right. So that will evaluate and that will show me the value, whatever value that is given. So x has 10. Okay. Now I am going to use try and except. Okay, these are keywords for exceptional handling. So try will provide the code and accept, okay, accept the error. Okay, so if there is an error, it will provide an exception to that. Okay, what it has to print? Yes, it has recognized that there is an error there. So what it should be printed? Okay, so I am saying that I have given a x value and y value, and result is x plus y, and I am trying to print the values. Okay, I'm giving the input here, and please enter a valid number. Okay, for example, if I'm running it, okay, first value I have given 10. Second, I have given something like maybe x. Okay. Now what will happen generally? It will throw me an error. Okay, for example, it will throw me an error. But here what is happening? It is giving me an exception. So let's try the same thing with the first line of the code that we have done. Now I am running it. It is asking the value. Now I am saying x. So same thing, right? So when I'm giving enter here, okay, it is taking evaluate. If I take input, if I stay integer, okay, if I'm saying integer, I'm running it, okay, and now I am giving a string. Now what will happen, right? So it will throw me a value. So in this case, it is not throwing me an error. Okay, for example, let's change integer and okay. Let's try what except will do here when it comes to results. So basically, I am giving the input value as 10 and output value as one more value as x. Okay, so it will not throw any error here. Okay, it is saying that please enter a valid number. That's it. That is an exception that we have created. Okay, so we can create all these exceptions. Okay, so when we are working on the program, it creates a smooth run of the program. There we see that particular block of code may throw you an error. Okay, so what you are going to do, you are going to create an exception there. Okay, so that will pass on. That particular part will pass on, and it will reach to the next. So there is one more example. So what we have here, these are all different errors. Okay, zero division error, name error. There is a list of errors that we can see here. Yeah, I have given here. So if I use dir locals and if I run it, that will give me a huge list of all these values. All these are different errors. You observe, right? So there is a huge list of errors. Already these are built-in exceptions. Already they have defined all these exceptions. Okay. So the same exception that we are taking. If I have this particular error, it has to show what? If it is a name error, it is a type error, how we are going to provide. So it is not going to throw me an error. Okay, error will always stop the program. Okay, it will. So we are trying to create an exception to that particular. Okay, it will say that please enter the valid number. So we already know that what is the error is. If there is a name error, I know that definitely the value is not given properly. If it is zero division error, that means anything divided by zero. Okay, any value divided by zero, it will not work. Right? Please enter a non-zero value for the division. That is what we are trying to say. Because you have entered a zero, that is why you are getting zero division error that you know. So I am trying to provide a solution. So I'm going to say print, okay, please enter a non-zero value for the division. So that should be an exception, right? That is what we are trying to create. Right? For example, if I just run it, okay, it is asking me the value here. So maybe I am giving 10 and 0. Right? What is saying? Please enter a non-zero value. If I'm not providing a valid number here, okay, it will say that it will give me next. Okay, it will skip this particular except and it will go to the next value. And I'm giving 10 here, and in the next case, I am providing x or 6. I'm getting please enter both same time. Right? We have given type error, right? So generally, if you do not do that, it will give me a type error. Now it is not giving me type error. It is saying type, okay, give me the proper value there. Right? So that is how we can use. So these are the keywords. Okay, we have to remember that these are the keywords. Try and except are the keywords that we generally use in exception handling. Okay. So the first part that we have seen, that is file handling. Right? If there is a file, how we are going to open, close, write, read. Okay, those are the options that we have seen. The second part, we are trying to look into the exception. Okay, so in Python, keywords like else and finally can also be used along with try and except. Okay, so we can do that. If the exception occurs inside the try block, the else block gets processed if the try block is found to be exception free. Okay, so that is what we are going to use here. Let's see this example. I'm giving try. So the code part is this. Okay, whatever code or program that we have written, that will be in try part. So I'm saying print try block. If okay, x is equal to integer, y is equal to integer, and z is x divided by y. Okay, if there is any exception here, if there is no exception, then it will go to zero division error. It will look for zero division error. Then it will print else block. Then it is, or it says that what is the division value in there. Finally, it will give me what are the values that we have to print. Finally block will give me the value. So it will print out of try except else and finally blocks are. So if I just run. So here I'm giving 10 is the value. Maybe I'm giving 20. So everything is fine. So it is giving me else block is working. All right. It is giving me the division. Okay. The 0.5. Finally block will give me out of try except else finally are the blocks that has been printed. Okay. Because there is no exception here. In try, there is no exception. So if there is an exception, then it will look for the else part. It's not there. Okay, everything is fine. I have given right values. So directly without any exceptions, I got these values. So it went to the else part directly. Yeah, there is any exception, then it will go to except part. There is no exception, so it directly went to else part and it has printed all these values. Yeah, if you want to test it again, so maybe okay, let me run it again. Okay, here I have given 10 and here I have given maybe 0. What is happening? So exception we have here, exception is 0 division error we are getting. So automatically it will block. Right. So that will block there. Division by 0 not accepted. Finally block out of try except else finally blocks the value. That is something that is, so it is looking into these functions, whatever we are getting. So based on that, whether this logic that we are writing that is working on, that is the writing. So to skip or to avoid the errors that we are getting, so we can use the exceptional handling. So there are built-in exceptions that I have shown you earlier. The same way we can create user-defined exceptions also, because you know your code better, right? When you are writing your code, you know the code better. So based on that, here I have given x is equal to input some value, and we are working on the voter registration, for example. So if I know if the condition is if x is less than 18, okay, if somebody comes to register a voter registration and the age is less than 18, so we have to raise an exception. What is that exception is? Sorry, you are not eligible for voting. Register once you become 18 years old. That it is an exception created by us. We are going to create this exception. Okay, if not, you print you entered value. Okay, we are writing a else statement also. If it is true, if it is false, then whatever the value that we have to enter, that we have to enter. Right? So if I run it, if I am giving something like 15, right, you can see that there is an exception. Sorry, you are not eligible for voting, register once. So this is a user-defined exception. This is not present in that list we have seen here. In this list, it will not be there. These are all built-in or predefined exceptions that are there. There are plenty of built-in exceptions we have. So along with that, if you feel that there is an exception that is required in my code, yes, you can create that exception. Right? Exception is nothing but error. Okay. Please try to run this code once. You'll be understanding better. Okay. So see what are the different exceptions that we have. Okay, that is also important. Okay. While you are working, if you get any error, you try to record that error. So that's a very good way of learning. Okay. So if you know the error for once, maybe if you get that same error again and again, you have to recognize that. Okay, so that you can resolve it very easily. As you have resolved the error before, you can resolve that error easily next time. It's time. Do we have any doubts here in functions and exceptions? Yeah. Yeah. Do we have any doubts here in functions and exceptions? Okay, try to run the code once. Okay. If you have any doubts, you can come with your doubts. Yeah. So it's a small topic that we have, exception handling. It's fine. Let's take a short break and come back. Okay, we'll see the next topic. It's 9:10. Let's come back by 9:10. Okay, let's start the session again. So the next topic that we have is regular expressions. Okay, so please download this file. Okay, in the study material. Okay. So there are several libraries that are present. Okay, so we know that Python has a rich library resource, right? There are many different libraries that are present. Okay, so exceptionally, when we are looking into our data analytics, data science, machine learning, AI, so we have these are the different libraries. Okay, we have something called as NumPy, so which we use for numerical calculations. If there are any numerical calculations, what I'm going to do, I'm going to import NumPy. Already all these functions are there. Okay, already the code is written, it is saved. Okay, so along with that, we have data manipulation. Yeah. So we have NumPy for numerical calculations. We have Pandas for data manipulation. So we have something called as SciPy for scientific calculation. So we have numerical calculation and scientific calculation. Right? So in the same way, scikit-learn, right? So when we have scikit-learn, it is one of the most important library that we use in machine learning. So most of the functions we are going to get that we use in model building are from scikit-learn. So in the same way, we have mat.lib, okay, for data visualization. So we go for different graphical representations. We have Seaborn, it's an advanced data visualization technique. We have stats model, statistical analysis. If I want to do, I am going to import stats model. And there are certain deep learning models also. There are deep learning libraries also like PyTorch. We have TensorFlow and Keras. Okay, these are all different. So what we have to do, we have to install them. Okay, if it is not there, right? When we have installed our Anaconda, there are certain basic libraries that are there that will be already installed and we are going to get them. But if it is not there, if that particular library is not there, we have to install. Okay, we have to use pip install or conda install. These are the commands by which we can install. Okay, we'll see it while we go through all these different topics. We'll come across it. Okay. Now, in the same way, we have one more library that is called as regular expressions. Okay, so we have to import RE. Okay, RE is the short form of regular expressions. So we have to import that library and then we have to use it. So mainly this is used when we are dealing with string data. So you will be working on text mining also, right? When we are dealing with data, you will be working on text mining. So when you are dealing with text mining, you will be using regular expressions. That's a library you have to import and have to use it. Okay, so that library we are trying to look. Okay, let's see what are the different options that we have here and how we can use regular expressions. So first, how do I start? I start by importing, right? So we have to import. So import regular expressions, right? I have imported it. So when I say import regular expressions, whatever functions that are present in RE, that will be imported. Okay, if I just see here, PIR, and if I look for what I have in here, yeah, right, these many different functions are present. There are many different functions are present. So among these, first we are trying to use something called as search. Right, the same search function we are trying to use. Right, there are many functions. Please try to look into all these functions. Right, all these functions are very important. We'll be looking into some functions here. So let me run the first line of code that we have. So you have something called a search. Okay. So what it searches? So here we have given a string. Okay. Inside that string, I want to search whether this particular word is present or not. Simple, right? So if that word is present, right, it will give me so where that word is present, exact the position of that particular word, because here we are having the syntax, right? Is it first word, second word, or third word? It is a second word, right? It is a second word. And if I take the values, okay, up to which position we can take, okay? So it is giving me 5, right? It is exactly providing the position of that particular word that is there. And what is the match here? Match is CAT. That's okay. Okay. So A is 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. So it is taking up to this. So here it is giving me that's the position where it has found that. So in the same way, now in the same sentence, I'm trying to search for something called as cow. Okay. So it gives index of the cat here. Okay, that is what we are getting. It is giving me the index of that particular position. So now let me run this and see if I have that. No, it's there. It's not there. It's none. Right? It is saying that it is none. There is no word called as cow. So what we have used here. So always we have to use the library name RE dot. From that library, I am calling this particular function, that is search. So that is how we can use search here. Okay. So here in this example, we have to import module called as RE to be able to work with regular expressions. So all these functions are regular expressions. So then we used the method search for the RE module. And this is most probably the most important and the most often used method for this search. In text mining, this plays very important role, right? So you are going to deal with complete text. So where do we have the text data? For example, maybe you are working on Amazon website. In Amazon website, we'll have reviews, right? So we are the ones who are going to provide these reviews. Now, generally, what do you do when you try to buy something? You are going to look into like maybe 5 reviews or 10 reviews, and you are going to make a decision. But as a data scientist, we will be working on a different perspective here. So what we are going to do, I'm going to take all these reviews, maybe 100, 200, 300, 400, whatever it is. And using the data, we are going to work on something called a sentiment analysis, for example. Okay, not only that, we have multiple options, multiple applications. So for example, if I take, we are going to work on something called a sentiment analysis. That means there is a product. Okay, there is a product there, and people are giving reviews to that product. Now we want to see whether these are positive reviews or negative reviews. Right? Whether we are getting positive reviews or negative reviews. So what we have to do, I cannot read all 100 or 200 or 500 reviews that we have. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to extract the data. So that data will be string data as well as text data, right? So there I am going to search for the words. Okay, we are going to divide the whole thing, okay, into different tokens, and then we are going to work. So in those operations, okay, when we use text, all these are different functions, regular expressions play very important. Okay, so in regular expression, so we are using RE search and we are giving the expression value, okay, what we are trying to search, and the string value. Okay, checks a string yes for an occurrence of substring. So this is a substring. Cat is a substring of this particular string. Okay, so that is how we are trying to do it. So next, let's assume that we have not been interested in the previous example, recognize the word cat. Okay, I want only 2 letters. I am trying to see if there are only 2 letters. So we call it a meta character. The syntax of regular expression applies a meta character. So, but all 3-letter words which end with et, that is my target. That is something I'm trying to look at. So how I'm going to provide? So I'm going to provide that with a meta character that is dot at. Okay, I'm trying to see dot at and I'm trying to search for these 2 letters. Right? So which is used like a placeholder for any character. So where we are trying to search. Okay, if I'm keeping here, it is looking for 3 letters. Right, it is looking for 3 letters, and in the last 2 letters there should be 80, because here in this case there are many words, right? So if I give something like HAPE, okay, first let us run it directly and then we'll see the explanation. Okay, so now I'm trying to search for this. Okay, so I'm just trying to run it and see what I have in X. Okay, I found a match. Okay, I found a match. So the word that is ending with 80, and here it is giving me the only first value. Your dot is placeholder, which means any character can come there, and it is providing me only the first value that we have. First word. Okay, this RE matches 3-letter words isolated by blanks. Okay, which end it. Now we get words like rat, cat, bat, okay, whatever, many others. Okay, so those are the values that we are going to get here. Let me okay. So if I remove that, run it again. Now we have only, so we have given 2 spaces here. Okay, we have given 2 spaces here, and then I have given a dot, then I have given it. So dot is nothing but a placeholder. Okay, that will give us the value. Okay, so in the same way, if I'm trying to search for a word, okay, so there are different options here. Okay, we can, while we are going through all these regular expressions. So here I have X, Y, Z. Okay, that means it will search for X, it will search for Y, it will search for Z also. Okay, 3 letters. Okay, only 3 letters that we are given. So in square brackets, if I am providing and are used to include a character class. So a specific character class that we are trying to include. If any of that is present, automatically that will be taken. For example, here, so I am taking regular expression and I'm giving this value here. So it will take any of this value. If that content, okay, maybe there is a column called as name. Okay, in that column, either we can write mayor as M-A-E-E-R, that is also mayor, or M-I-Y-E-R, mayor. Both spells almost same, right? So here we are trying to provide the same thing. In brackets, if I'm giving A-E, so it will look for both A as well as E. Either character, if it is present, automatically that will be taken. Okay, it shouldn't be only one value. It could be any one value, either A or E, I or Y. That is what we are trying to place. Okay, in square brackets, we are giving these character class. Okay, so once we provide this character class, any one can be taken. So there are multiple ways to give this. Practically, when we are using this, we are going to use this in multiple ways. So the same example, we might need like a class of letters between A to A and E, right? It may take any value or between 0 to 5. So how we are going to give that? So I am going to use square bracket. Okay, for example, just if I am taking the same example here. Okay, let me take the same example again and again and show you how we are going to get that. So in this case, for example, so next case I am taking A to E. So if I just change that to A to E, it will look from starting from A to E. Okay, whatever values we have, that will be taken. Okay. In the same way, if I am giving 0 to 5, for example, I'm providing 0 to 5, it will look for the values from 0 to 5. Any value, if it is there, that will be taken. Okay, so this is nothing but it denotes these values. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, we are denoting same thing by saying 0. Okay, so this is something like if I'm saying A to E, that means A, B, C, D. So any value, if that comes in that way, it will take the value. In the same way, if I'm having, if I expect any of these values, and I don't know exactly what value I'm going to get, so I am saying that it should take from A to C. Okay, you can say that I am taking from A to C. So that will take that will look for only those values. If I give any numerical value, basically it will not take. Right? It is only looking for those values. Okay. In the same way, I'm not sure which value I may get. It may be lowercase or uppercase. So I'm going to provide this. Right? All this can be used. Okay. And another meta character, as we have seen before, we have seen one meta character, that is dot. The same way here we have the hat, which can be used inside square brackets. Okay, if it is used directly after an opening square bracket, it negates the choice of the letter that we are taking. We'll be looking into that. And if it is not positioned at the first character following the opening square bracket, it has no special meaning. Let's see that practically. We are going to use all the symbols. Okay. So that is how we are going to take the character class. Okay, we can specify the character class and we can look out for only those values. If I'm saying A to Z capital, that means we are looking for starting from A to Z. Any value can be inserted. Okay. So similarly, we have something called as find all. Okay, there is one more function that is called as find all. So I have given a text. Creating a text. Okay, rain in Spain. Okay, now I am trying to find all. So wherever I have A. Okay, let's one. Yeah, right. So these many times we have A. Right, we are trying to find all here. Okay. So as we have seen before, there are several different expressions, right? We have seen an expression before like /n. /n represents new line, right? The same way, if I take /t, that represents new tab. It creates a tab space. Okay. So in the same way, there are several different expressions that are present in regular expressions that we can use. Okay. Like a /d. Okay, if I'm giving /d, that will automatically represent the decimal digit. And it will see for 0 to 9 if there is any value that is there between 0 to 9. Right? So if I am giving /D, okay, it matches any non-digit character. That's an opposite of, right? So that is how it works. So equivalent to if I give either this hat and 0 to 9, it is same. So in the same way, we have /s matches any white spaces. Okay, if you are searching for any white spaces, automatically it will search. And if you want to remove, yes, we can remove. Right? Just try to imagine the whole text you have got. Okay, you are trying to clean that particular text. Right? Your text may contain your decimal values that are not required. So I have to first recognize the decimal values, then I have to remove it. So that's a text cleaning process. In all these, in text data pre-processing, we will be using all these different expressions. Right? In the same way, we have like /s /w for alphanumeric characters, if there are any. Okay, /b that we use to find if there are any empty string, but only at the start or end of the word. So these are something important. Please go through all these different expressions. So maybe you need to remember a few of them. If you are working on same text mining, Again and again, it will be easy to remember. But these are different expressions that are present for different operations. In the same way, we have quantifiers. While we are writing our logic, we'll be using all this. Okay. So we have something called as quantifiers. A quantifier after a token. Token is nothing but a word. Right? Each and every word. So if I have this sentence here, these sentences will be divided. Okay, when we are working on text mining, the sentences will be divided into different tokens. We call them as tokens. Right? So a quantifier after a token, which can be a single character or group in brackets. It can be anything, specifies how often that preceding element is allowed to occur. So occurrences, number of occurrences, these are very important. How many times that particular thing is repeating. Okay, that's it. Okay. So the most common quantifiers are, here we have given a list. Okay, you can see here. If I use star, okay, match 0 or more times. It tries to match that particular thing, how many times it is there. Okay, 0 or more times. The same way, if I use plus, so these symbols play a different role when it comes to string, regular expressions, right? So generally asterisk is for multiplication, but here it works in a different manner. So if I use plus, match 1 or more times. If I am using question mark, match 0 or 1 time. So it is trying to find the matches. In the same way, we have certain meta characters like a slash, brackets. We have seen like matches the beginning. Right? If I'm using a hat, it matches the beginning. Right? If I use dot, matches any character except new line. Right? So we have parentheses, enclose a group of regular expressions. All these are different meta characters. Right? So we have quantifiers, meta characters. Okay. So these are different expressions that you have to remember. Just go through the document that we have provided. Okay. So I have given all the details in a list. Okay. You can go through all this. Mostly these are, we have covered everything. You can use these and we can work on the code. Let's see practically how does these work. I'm creating something called as name image. Okay. I'm just running it. Okay. So now I want to get only age. Right? In this content, I want to filter only age. So where do we have? Sharath is 35, Pawan is 28, Kalim is 25, Ganesh is 16. These are the values. So if I want to get them, so what I have to do? So I am using find all. When I use find all, it will start from this position to this position. Everything will be searched, right? So if it finds multiple values, okay, whenever we are using find all, search and find all. Search has given only first value. You observe, okay. If there are multiple values also, search has given only first occurrence, okay. But find all will look for multiple occurrences. Will look for multiple occurrences wherever we have the value that will be fetched. So here I am saying, so always, okay, we have to use R for regular expressions when we are using different expressions. And then I am saying the string. What is the string here? We are searching for these values, right? So slash D. What is slash D? How does slash D works, friends? Remember, if I go up, slash D will look for 0 to 9. Those are the decimal digits. Okay, it will be looking into these decimal digits here. Let me go here. Yeah. So I'm trying to get it. So RE find all, I have given slash D. Then what are the values? Okay, there are two values. Okay, I see that there are two values that should be printed here. So whatever we are taking, that we are taking from name age, comma, name age, that's a variable where we have the whole sentence. Okay, now if I print age, these are the values, right? So I have given the quotation. Inside that quotation, I said that these are the values that to be extracted. So how many values? There will be two values that we have tried to extract. Okay. So in the same way, I am trying to extract, find all whatever values we have, A to Z and A to Z. Okay, here you can see capital and, okay, what we are saying, if you find a capital and is a lowercase, that words we need to capture. Where do we have? I have Sharath, I have Pavan, Kalim, Ganesh, right? We have a capital letter and a small case. So when we run it, and let's try to print. Yeah, these are the values. So whatever data we are getting, if you observe, we are getting in list format. Okay, that is something you want to observe. Okay, when we are extracting the data we are getting, we will be getting in list that contains strings. Okay, list that contains strings. So that is the data we have text. So here we have used star. Okay, what a star means? Any number of occurrences, including 0. Okay, so from starting from 0 to all occurrences, we have to look into. So when I say star, that is all. Right? So I'm saying that from starting to ending, you should be looking into all occurrences. How many times it has, that you have to fetch and you have to give it. Okay, that is something. In the same way, I can create a dictionary, right? I'm creating an empty dictionary. I'm giving x is equal to 0, right? So here, I can write the loop also. Okay, what we are trying to do, where are names we have? Here we have names. Okay, here we have the list of names we have. So for each name, in these names, okay, age dictionary. So where is age dictionary? So we are trying to create age dictionary. So we should add those values, and each name should be given a age value. So that is how we are going to create a dictionary. Okay. So now where is age? Already we have extracted the details related to age, right? So it will look for each name and the age, right? So now we are trying to combine two different lists, and ultimately we are going to get a value. Okay. So when we run, yeah, so those are the values, right? So what we have done, we have taken a text. From that text, we have extracted age separately. We are successful in extracting names separately, okay, by giving some logic there. And later we have combined Monty. So that's the data we have extracted in a dictionary form. Just imagine, okay, if you have a news article, or if you have a PDF file, now you are trying to extract all this different information. Yes, we are going to use all these different functions, right? So in name, it goes to each and every name, okay, in a loop. Then it will look, it is trying to create a age dictionary. Already we have given. So what are the values that we have to give? That we are trying to. So this is key. Okay, so wherever it has found this key. So first it has found Sharath, then it goes for age. Automatically, so we have given the basic value, age is given as 0. Okay, now we are trying to add that. So 0 plus whatever value we have, 0 plus 35, that is 30. Right, so that is the value we have to give. 1 plus x. Right, so finally we have got that. So we have created the dictionary. So yes, we can do that. So the main purpose here, we are looking into regular expressions because we have to extract the data from the text. Okay, we are trying to do the same. Okay, so line number 135, I'm creating a text. Okay, here we are using split function. Okay, how do you split these values? By using /s, what does that mean? Yeah, friends, remember? /s, it's a space character. Okay, so it will look for white spaces. So wherever we have white space, that will be split. Okay, so I'm using re dot split is the function, /s is the expression that we are using, comma, what is the text that we have? That text we have. That's a syntax. Okay. Then print, yes. So whatever data in the output you are getting, you can observe we are going to get in the list format. Okay, we have separated the whole sentence. Wherever we have white spaces, that is now separated. So that is how the split function works. Clear? Right? So I'm using string. Okay, I have created a string here. Okay, I am trying to create a pattern. So here I have given /d plus means one or more digits. If I have one or more digits, that to be extracted. Okay. So now I have result. I am trying to add. Okay, I'm trying to add pattern and the string. Okay. Let's try to split based on these values. Okay. So wherever I have the digits, it should be looking into those digits, and based on that, the split should be happening. Yes, right. You can see we have 12, we have 89. So as we have given slash t plus, it has recognized. Okay. So what we have with plus here, if I look, one or more occurrences. So if I'm giving plus, it will not only look for only one occurrence, it will look for multiple occurrences. So do we have multiple occurrences? Yes. We have 12, we have 89, we have multiple occurrences. Right? That's the value we have. Right? Are we clear up to this? Do we have any doubts? Yeah, friend. Yeah, are we clear? Do we have any doubts? How we are using regular expressions? Yes, friends. If you have any doubts, you can ask me. Yes. Okay. Okay. So now I am creating something called as phone. That's a variable. We have the string here. Okay. So from that string, if I want to delete certain comments, okay. So what we have to do? So I'm using something called as sub. Okay, subcategory. Okay, here we are giving regular and sub, and we are providing these different symbols here. Okay, if there are any certain symbols that is present, automatically that will be cleared. Okay, we are trying to remove them. Okay, we are trying to delete them. So maybe in your text that you are getting, okay, your text may contain special characters, and you do not require all that. So you are trying to clean the whole text data. Okay, you may have special characters, you may have decimal values, right? So these values you want to clear. Okay, so I am trying to do the same. So we have only phone number and this name. Right, the special character that we have, that is automatically print. So print we have given in this way. So whatever characters that we have other than that they have removed. So I have got only phone. Okay. So in the same way, you can remove anything other than digits. Yes, we can do that. So slash d, just opposite to slash small lowercase d, right? If I'm using slash lowercase d, it will look for only decimal values, sorry, digit values. But when it comes to slash d, it will look for only other than digit values. Okay, I can use the slash d also for the same option. I'll be getting same value. Okay, I can do it in different ways. Here it is also removing this, because these are the special characters, right? So it is also removing the only digits. So we can use find all. Okay, so when I'm using find all, name, how many times we have name? Okay, that is something we are trying to. So when I run it, so 2 times we have name. It will take multiple occurrences and it will give us the value. Here we are trying to match the pattern. If there is any pattern related to that, so it will. So we have seen the character classes, right? How to give the character classes. So the same thing we are trying to use. So it will look for if there is any value starting from A to M, right? In caps. Okay. So if there is anything, so that will be recognized and fetched. So in all these data, okay, let me run it. And I'm trying to find these values. Okay, so I see that. So what I have here, A, B, we have M and J. So these are coming between. So I've given a position here. I have given exact position and the value. So it is looking for those only names. Yes, that also we can. Okay. So in square brackets, we have given A to M. So from starting to A to the, so the character class that we have already provided here. I can print just these values. I can take a for loop and I can print. So here we are trying to see how to replace the first two occurrences of white spaces character with a digit. Okay, so we can give the position of those values and how many times it has to replace. That's the number we are giving. So what we have here, the rain is in Spain. So it is looking for these spaces. First, it will recognize these spaces. Okay. And in the first two positions, it has to insert this value. Right. So when we run it. Yeah. So we are getting this. Right. In first two positions. So it is replacing the space with 9. If I want to replace anything, yes, definitely we can do by using this one. So in the same way, we are taking the substring here. Okay, we are trying to look into the substring. So dividing number, alpha, special characters separately. Okay, so we have the string here. In this string, I have characters, I have numbers, I have special characters, right? Now I want to separate. So I want to fetch only I'm going to create a substring, okay, that contains only these characters. Yeah, right. So remaining all, that's gone. Okay, only except those values. Okay, remaining. So that we are getting. The same way, whatever there that in the starting position, that also we do. Only starting we have ADA and remaining all, okay, that we are getting. Right. So in this way, we can select a special either it is number, alphabets, special characters. Yes, based on that also we can fetch the data. We are trying to fetch the data. Yeah, we can create a multi-line string, and we can see that there are certain white spaces, right? So if I just print it, yeah, right. That's something we have printed. Now we are trying to use compile. Okay, regular expressions are compiled into pattern objects, which have methods for various operations such as searching for pattern matches or performing string substitution. So how we are going to substitute this? Okay, it is so when I'm using compile is looking for the next line. Okay, that's a pattern. Okay, so we are specifying that compile should look for the /n. Now I am providing the data. Okay, I am giving regex. Okay, and I am giving the I want to take the substring, and I am providing a space. Okay, wherever you have space, and when we run it, yeah. So it is removing. Okay, it is removing the all spaces. And it is bringing everything into one line here. Right. So whatever we have taken the next line. Okay, whatever we are getting in the next line, we are trying to remove that by using compiling. So it compiles the whole string that we have given into one sentence. That is also we can do. And apart from that, the sub function that we are using here that returns a string after replacing the matched pattern. Or so we can look into like the sub is a function in the built-in remodule that handles regular expressions. So sub function can be used in many ways, right? So these are like the parameters. I can give the pattern, I can provide the string, I can give the count. Okay, so there are many different functions of sub function. So if the sub function couldn't find a match, it returns the original string automatically. So if you have a number, okay, specifically if you have a number, now we are trying to search for it. Okay, so here I have created a string. When we get inside the string, okay, now we are trying to find only these values. Okay, and I want to know the length of that part. Okay, what is the length here? Length is 5. So how many characters we have? 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? So we have the length of this particular variable that we have created of the string is 5. Now I have given the position here, okay, and I want to print only one value. What is there in that particular position that I, right? So the index is 0 and the position is in the first position we have this value 1. It also gives the position there and it is printing that particular. Here we are using search. Okay, search will look okay. That value only it gives the first value that we have given. Let's try to apply the same thing. Okay, I have created something like a PAN card. We know that in PAN card it's a alphanumeric and it also have different values. Okay, now this is divided into 3 parts. Okay, 1, 2, and 3. Okay, that's the PAN number that we have. Okay, I have just created that. Let's try to see how we are going to provide these values. Okay, I'm giving a condition. Okay, so in this condition, if I am saying all these are digital digits we have. Okay, so I'm giving /d should be 4 letters, 4 characters. Sorry, the same way /d in the next position it should be 4, and here it is a alphanumeric value that should be 15. Okay, so that is something we are trying to provide. Whenever we are trying to provide this number, this number should follow this particular pattern. Okay, then we have to print it is a PAN number. If there is a mistake here, then it has to print it is not a PAN. So now let me run and see whether it is a PAN number or not. Yes, it is a PAN number. Now if I'm changing this, okay, I am reassigning PAN. Okay, now I am running it again. So it's not a PAN number. What it says, it's not a PAN. Okay. So in the same way, we have I have provided some string here. Okay, let me run this. And I'm using split function. Okay, I want to split all these values here. And so I have given space. Wherever we have space, that will split. Right? So the result, whatever you are getting, that you will be getting in the list form. Okay, when you are using split, the result will be in list form. So again, we are trying to create okay, a string. I have created a string here and check if Python is at the beginning or not. Okay, is Python at the beginning? Yes, it is at the beginning. So if I want to see that, I can use /a. If I use /a, okay. So if I run it, yeah, so it is giving me the position. So match, yes. What is at the first position? It is Python. Okay, we are trying to match the value whether it is at the first position or not. If match, okay, if you see here, if I'm writing a condition, if it is at the first position, pattern found inside the string. If it is not at the first position, it says pattern not. Right? Pattern found inside the string because Python is present at the beginning. We are trying to look into the same thing. Okay, whether it is present at the beginning or not. Clear? So in the same way, we can use. So here I am creating. The same thing can be seen this way also. When I'm using at here, we are trying to look into the beginning. Okay, at the beginning we have this particular word or not. Dot. If I'm giving dot here, okay, that's the placeholder, right? What we have seen, dot is a placeholder. It looks for the particular position. When I am giving star, if I am giving star, I am saying that look for multiple occurrences throughout. Okay, and Spain should be at the end, starting and ending. Okay, if you are giving hat, that will look for starting, and if you are giving dollar symbol, that will look for the ending. If that particular word is at the ending or not. Right? So do we have it in the same position? Yes. In the starting we have the last we have Spain. So I am saying I am writing a condition here. If X, if it is satisfying the condition, yes, we have a match. If no, there is no match. So let me run it. Yes, we have a match. Let's change it a bit. Maybe I'm making and here. I'm just running. Let me see what this is. Not much. Exactly. Because at the end, we do not have Spain. At the end, we have here. Are we clear, friends? Are you running the program along with me? Yeah. Yes. Vamshi. Sma. Okay. So are we clear up to this? Do we have any doubts? So these are different regular expressions that we have. Okay. If you have any doubts, you can ask me. Try to please run the code along with me. Okay. If you want, I will give some time to run it. Okay. Maybe let's take a break. Please try to run this code. If you are getting any doubts, you can ask me. Okay. It's 10:05. We'll come back by 10:15. Okay. Please run this code, everybody. If you are getting any issues, we can ask. Okay. This code is already available. Okay, you can import that code directly into your Python spider and you can start running it. Okay, let's continue with the session. So we have looked into regular expressions, a library that we use in text mining, okay, to clean the string value. We have to clean the text data to work on string values. Okay, so I hope you have run the program. If you have any further clarifications or doubts, you can ask me. If not, let us move to the next topic. That okay, so we have seen the regular expressions. Then we have something called as data analytics. Okay. Using Python. So okay. So generally here we'll be looking into the overview of Python libraries as I have explained earlier. Then we'll be looking into different functions, different libraries we use. And we also discuss some topics on descriptive statistics and information systems. Or this will be again discussed in EDA part also, okay, like CRISP-MLQ methodology, right? Exploratory data analysis. Again, the next topic that you are going to have, there you are going to discuss. Okay. We'll see what we have here. So popularly, there are certain Python toolboxes or libraries, or we can call them as packages or modules. These are different names that we have here. So that are NumPy, SciPy, Pandas, and Scikit. Okay, so these are all different libraries. And for data visualization, we have Matplotlib and Seaborn. Okay, so when it comes to NumPy, basically it introduces the objects for multi-dimensional arrays and matrices, as well as like the functions that we are having that are related to multi-dimensional arrays or matrices, as well as the functions that allow to easily perform advanced mathematical and statistical operations on those objects. Okay, the data that we are trying to provide. And it provides vectorization of mathematical operations on arrays and matrices. So these are different functions that are related to NumPy. Okay, so many other Python libraries are built in on NumPy. Okay, so when it comes to applications of NumPy, we can see we can work on arithmetic operations, statistical operations, bitwise operations, copying and viewing arrays, right? Staking. We have searching, sorting, and counting, right? All these different operations we can perform, mathematical operations we can perform. So broadcasting, linear algebra, matrix operations, all these are different functions that are available in NumPy. Already the code is written. So what we are going to do? First, I am going to import NumPy. From NumPy, I am going to import all these different functions. So just I have to take that function name and have to give my arguments. Simple. I have to pass my arguments and that will give me the output. Okay. So NumPy is one of the important functions that we are going to work. Okay. While it comes to data science and data analytics, okay, machine learning specifically. So we have something called as SciPy. Okay, there are certain operations like if I want to perform on a linear algebra, I need to take this call. Just Okay. So SciPy, okay, so collection of algorithms where we have certain operations like linear algebra, differential equations, okay, numerical integration, optimization, statistics, okay, all these can be performed by using a single library, that is, okay, I can import SciPy and I can work. Okay, so it has built on NumPy. Okay, whatever we have on NumPy, so it has an additional functions that are not provided in NumPy that are provided in SciPy. Okay, so Pandas is very important. Okay, important library that we have that we are going to use, and Pandas is used for data manipulation. So if I want to make any changes in the data, so I'm going to use. So what are the changes that we expect are like maybe reshaping of the data, right? So we may have to reshape the data, merging of the data, sorting, slicing, aggregation. All these are different functions we can perform by using Pandas. Okay, it allows handling missing data. Right, these are all different applications, right? So when we have something called as matplotlib, okay, it's a 2D plotting library which produces publication quality figures in a variety of hard copy formats. Okay, you can get any matplotlib will give you different plots, like we can get scatter plots, bar charts, histograms, pie charts. Okay, we'll look into it practically. Okay, when we start working on our data. Okay, so relatively low level, some effort needed to create advanced visualizations. So that is added in case of these are the visualizations that we are doing. Okay, so we have something called as Seaborn. Okay, Seaborn, which gives us advanced levels of graphical interpretation, which is whatever is not present in Matplotlib that has been added in Seaborn. Okay, so generally will be there are many other. Okay, there are many more only in graphical representation itself. There are many more libraries like Plotly and all. So we mostly will be using Matplotlib and Seaborn. So here we have the syntax. Okay, so we always start with importing the file. Right? We have to import the file and we have to work on it. So either it is a CSV file or it is an Excel file. We use certain functions that are available in Pandas and we are going to import. Okay, read underscore CSV or read underscore Excel. These are the functions that we have in Pandas. We'll look them practically. So once we have imported a file, okay, once we have imported a file into Python, so we call it as a data frame. Okay, it is called as Pandas data frame. But Pandas data frame is nothing but is a tabular format. It has rows and columns. Okay, so here there are few things that we need to look into. So one is these are columns. Yes, we call them as columns in tables also. Right? These are columns that we have. Okay, and these are rows that we have. Okay, these are rows and columns. It's a combination of rows and columns. If we take only one column, we call it as Pandas series, just a series of values. Okay, so it does not have, if it is not in a data frame, if I take only a set of values, okay, these are nothing but a series of values. Okay, and we will have indexing. Okay, we will have indexing in data frame. So indexing always starts with 0. So rows will have index in the same way, columns will also have index. In both cases, index will start from 0. Right? So, so these are few things that we need to remember. So these are column labels that we have. Okay. So either in we can see this is the Jupyter format we are looking at. Whatever we are seeing, this is the Jupyter notebook format. Standard Python format is this. So we are going to have all these values in this form. That's the data. And whatever we have, that's the data. So what we call them? We call them as Pandas data frame. Okay, either it is a CSV file, either it is an Excel file. After getting into Python, if it is in a tabular format, that tabular format we call it as data. So in data frame, okay, generally we have 3 data types. Okay, it is going to look into 3 data types. One is object. Okay, object is nothing but string. So in a data frame, I may have different values, right? So I may have name, I may have age, I may have salary, right? So name is nothing but a string value. If we have any string value, any category or anything in my table, that will be considered as object. Okay, that is so pandas type is object there. And when it comes to age is nothing but an integer. If I have salary, maybe if it is a decimal value I'm getting, so it is a float. Only these three will be recognized. And then we have date time and all, that is also. So if you have a date time, that is taken as a different data. So it cannot be object, it can be integer or right. So generally these are different attributes. Okay, if I have data types we are taking, so we'll be looking if we have like data types, columns. We should know what are the list of column names we have, right? Axis that represents the list, the row labels and column names, right? Dimensions, right? Size, shape, values. These are different functions. Okay, while we are working on, we will be looking into these functions. df dot data type, that gives us the list of all the data types. df dot columns, that will give the list of all the columns in that particular table, right? So df shape, that gives the shape, right? Number of rows into columns, right? We'll be looking into all these different attributes while we are working on the program. Then apart from that, there are certain important functions that are available. Okay, like we have head that uses the first 5 rows. Okay, by default, if I am not giving any value in position of n, okay, it will give me first 5 rows. If I am using tail, that will give me last 5 rows, either first 5 or last. Okay, so you have something called as describe. Describe will give you complete description of the data. Right, we have max, minimum, mean. If I have to take a mean value, median value, right, standard deviation value, for all these already we have functions. Okay, directly we are going to use those functions. Right, in the same way we have group by function, right? We can use a group by function here, right? So when we start working on our EDA, when we take some real data, then we'll be looking into these functions again directly. So we can filter, we can use a slicing method. Okay, slicing can be used on data frame also, right? Based on slicing also, we can extract the data, retrieve the data, right? So location, right? We have already seen location here. So there is a function called as lock and iLock. Okay, so if we need a select, if we need to select a range of rows, okay, using their labels. What are labels? Labels are nothing but columns. We can use method called as lock. It's a function. So here I want the values from 10 to 20, only up to 10 to 20. Always when I give the range here, 20 will be taken as n minus 1. So it is giving me the rows only from 10 to 19 here, whatever are present. And here I have provided the labels. So rank, sex, and salary. Only these values I'm getting. Slice can be used in different ways. Either I can give name or I can give the positional value, because we have the index values. Either it is column or row, we'll have index values. Right. So in the same way, we can use iLock function. So when I'm using iLock function, so how we are going to give? I'm going to give iLock is the keyword. Okay. So df is my data frame name. Inside that, so we will have a comma. So before comma, whatever values we are mentioning, we are specifically mentioning about rows. Okay, these are the rows I require, and these are the columns I require. Okay, whatever we are providing after comma, that represents columns. Before comma, that represents rows. Okay, so if for example, if I'm saying 1 is to 3 and 0 is to 2, that means I want 3 rows. Okay, so maybe if I'm saying 1 to 3, it will take 1 and 2. So these are rows, and 0 to 2, these are columns. So that means 0, always when I give 2, it will take 1. So 0 and 1. Right? That is how we are going to get the data. Okay. We'll see them practically, because when we are going to use all these different functions in our data science. Okay. So we can use sorting. Okay, sorting by either ascending, descending. If I have missing values, yes, I can find out how many missing values I have, and we are going to deal with missing values. Okay, all these we are going to deal when we are looking into EDA part. There we are going to work on data pre-processing. Okay. So the graphical representations, right? So these are different graphical representations that we have. Right? Anyone we are going to use for our analysis. Okay? So when it comes to statistical analysis, we have something called as scikit-learn. As I said, it's very important library that we have that we use for model building as well as data pre-processing also. For example, we have, if you can see here, I'm going to show you the website of scikit-learn. From where we get all these different functions. Okay. So here you can see, you can learn, you're going to learn classification, regression, clustering. All these are machine learning models. Okay, we are going to get the functions from all these from scikit-learn. Okay, it's a machine learning in Python. Okay, it's a scikit-learn is a machine learning library that contains all these different sub libraries. Okay, so that's the main library is scikit-learn. The sub modules are classification, regression, clustering. You can see dimensional reduction, model selection, and pre-processing, data pre-processing. We have a sub module. So there are many. Okay, you can just go through this particular website. Okay, there will be many different methods you can learn here. Okay, we are going to go through all these different models. Okay, once the data science is started. Okay, so let's look into the programming part. Okay, what we have here. We have taken Python code and datasets. Okay, so these are two different folders we have taken. Datasets and what we have here, data analytics. Just taking. Okay, so that's data analytics, and we have given certain data sets to just to work on those data sets on how to import the file, how to. Okay, so those are the data sets. So when we have a data set, it may be an Excel file or it may be a CSV. It could be anything. Okay, so whatever data we have, that we need to import into Python, then we need to start working. So yeah. Okay, so here we will be first trying to use NumPy. So whenever we start using any library, we have to import that library first. Okay, so I am importing that library and I am giving some alias because every time when I use a function that is related to NumPy, I have to specify NumPy, then I have to give dot and have to call that particular function. So every time I don't want to give NumPy, so I'm giving NP. Okay, so you can give anything. That's a variable, but generally we give NP. So we follow. Okay, so I'm giving import NumPy as name. Okay, from here I'm trying to create a list. Right, I am creating a list here. Okay, then I am seeing, yeah, that's the list we have, and I am trying to see what is the type. So we have a function called as type. That's a list. Okay, we have created a list. How to multiply the list values with 2? Just I have to give the operator, right? We have to use the operator and I can multiply. So what will happen? The same values I am going to get, right? So by multiply. So here it is given 2 times, right? So that's the first list. And after when I have applied, then that's the second. Okay. Here in NumPy, okay, when I am, so here I am trying to convert the same values into array. Okay, NumPy array will help access the values. So it's almost similar to, so whatever functions that we have seen earlier on list can be applied on array also. Okay, the difference that we have here when I run it and see, yeah, you can see that we do not have any numbers. Okay, you can see the values this way. Right, so this is an array. If you see the type, this is an array value. Okay, so NumPy arrays share the memory instead of allocating separate. That's a main. Okay, it's a memory saver. Okay, we call it as a memory saver. So whenever it is required in certain conditions, we are going to use arrays also. Okay, for just storing that particular data. It's like a container, right? So as we have a list, as we have tuple, as we have other different data types, we have array also. Array. So all different operations that we can do on list that can be done on array also. So here I am using arrange. Arrange is a function that we get from the NumPy. So arrange will give a range of values, but the resultant values will be in the array form. Okay, so NumPy will produce the array values here. So if I want to access, yes, right, slicing, right? I want to do slicing here, right? If I want to print, so we have indexing. It is also a sequence. I will have the sequence of values here. If I want to get that, yes, I can do. So here, check whether A and B share same memory or not. Okay, let's see. Okay, just I am trying to run. So we have a function to check that it shares memory. That's true, right? Both are in same memory. So we say NumPy arrays share the memory instead of allocating separate. It will not allocate separate memory. So whatever is happening, it will happen the same memory only, because we are dealing with the same variables. Whatever variables we have created, so it is dealing with the same variable. In the same way, here I have taken two different list of list. Okay, I have created list of list, having list inside a list. We call it as list of list. Okay, so now I am trying to access into that. So we are trying to just see in NumPy we can create array values. Okay, how to utilize these array values and how we can access these array values. So this is something we have created. So there are two lists inside this. Okay, so I am trying to create an array value here. So what do we have in that exact location? I have in 0. Okay, so when I take this, if I look into the positions, this will be 0th index, this will be 1. Inside this again, if I am trying to look into 0, 1, 2, 3, and 4, those are the indexes. 0, 1, 2, 3, and 4, these are the indexes. So in 0th index, in position number 1, what we have, yes, we can access this, right? So in the same way, I can access the second one. So every time we need to import, no, not required. Okay, if I am just closing this session or opening it again, definitely I have to import it. But if I am continuing the program, okay, I need not to import again and again. Just we have given here so that it becomes a standard that you have to remember. Okay, you have to remember that every time when we are working on a library, we have to import that and we have to work. Okay, that is something we have to look into. Okay, so here we have seen that, right? So here I'm creating an array. Okay, so if I just see, now I want to slice these values, yes, right? So in the same way, okay, here I have created an array here, if you see, right? So that's the array of this particular value. And I am trying to access only these values, 1 to 4. Yes, we can do that. We have seen slicing method. So the resultant value that I am getting an array. 2, 3, 4. So we have, right? So I have given the values 1 to 4. So 0, 1 will start here and up to 4. So when I say 4, it will take up to 3. N minus 4, it's the same, right? And I can access through all these values. by giving different values. So start, stop, and step, right? We have seen that how slicing works. Slicing works based on, in brackets, we have given start, stop, and step. These are the index values. Start index, stop index, and step index, right? So that we have provided. So if I want to create an array, yes, I can use arrange function and I can create it directly, right? So if I want to mask a value for even numbers, okay, only even numbers. So I have taken same thing. So these are the values we have. So I'm just saying whatever value that is equal, okay, same function can be provided here. So what is happening? So wherever the condition is true, okay, so I'm getting true. If it is false, it is getting false. I'm not getting the value. I'm just getting. So this can be done here. Okay, we are masking for even numbers. So wherever you have the even number, that will be true. The remaining all will be. So from there we can create metrics. Okay, what is metrics? It's a combination of rows and columns. Right, metrics is a combination of rows and columns. Yes, we can create metrics by using NumPy. So here I have given the values. Based on that, it creates rows and columns. So when I see, that's a matrix. Okay, we can create a matrix. Okay, here we are trying to create a matrix. The function that we have is matrix. So I have created two different metrics here. Okay, if I just print it, yeah. So these are the two different metrics. So when we are working on different sized metrics, right? So here I have created one matrix here. Okay, I've given the range of values. Okay, start, stop, and step. Okay, whatever we follow, the same thing will be followed in arrange also. Okay, the start index, stop index, and step index. So these are the values. For every 10 steps, we are getting a value. Right. So we have created A. Now we are creating B. Okay, these are the values. So both are in different positions, right? So we do not have the same size. Here we have 4 values. Here we have only 3 values. Right. So if I just want to see the shape, we have a function. I can see what is the shape. Here we have 4 and here we have 3. Right. So I want those values. If I want to add one extra axis here, yes, we can do that. So 4 and 1. So we are, so when I'm giving extra axis here, so we are trying to getting into the matrix form. Okay, when I print it, okay, it gives me a matrix format. Either is A or B, that gives me the same value. So if I just want to add them, yes, right? So addition takes place between different dimensions. We can do that. Okay. So here we are trying to work on arrays and metrics. Okay, these are possible when we are working on NumPy. So in the same way, I am creating one more array here. So if when I'm saying from array import star, that means all. Okay, whatever functions that are present, everything I want to import related to array. Okay, so I'm just giving all here. So it will import every function that is present. Okay. So I am using array is the function. So it will, this is a list that is already present. I have created array 1 here. By C. Yeah, so these are the values that I have saved. So now I am writing a for loop. Okay, I am saying for X in array 1, I am trying to print X value, only X value. So these are the values. So we can use arrays or vectors. So when I say vector, a vector is one dimensional. Vector is one dimension. So that is either it is a row or it is a column. Right? A vector is one dimensional. So that is how we can get the values. I can use insert. Okay, insert is a function we can use. So whatever functions that are working on your list can be used in arrays also. So insert, delete, all these functions. If I am using remove, okay, you can see here that's something we have created, and I'm trying to insert some values here. Right? If I print, Yeah, we can see the values will be inserted. So where it is inserted in that particular position 0 and 1. So we have given that position. In that position, the value is inserted. Okay, we can give the position. Okay, it's the same. Okay, in insert, how we are going to do the same. So in the same way, if I want to remove, also I can use the remove. I want to remove 40. Okay, let me run it and show you. Yeah, now we have removed. If I want to update, yes, I can update the same way. How I am going to update in case of list. Okay, here I have given 2. So at that particular position, the value will be updated. Just I am trying to, right? So when it comes to 2D arrays, what are 2D arrays? 2D arrays are nothing but matrices. Okay, 2-dimensional arrays are nothing but matrices. 1-dimensional array is nothing but a vector. Okay, so here we are working on 2-dimensional array. I am trying to create a 2-dimensional array. So I have given a list. Okay, I have given a list of values here. Okay, so in this list, we have multiple lists. Now we are trying to get those values. Okay, I'm trying to just print what I have in 0. Yes, I can do it. What I have in 1 and 2. So this axis already we have seen. Right. Now I am taking the same here. Okay, if I print it, I'm getting these are the values. Okay. I'm trying to insert a value here. Okay, in that particular index, I want to insert a value. Yes, I can insert a value. So if I see what I have in T, in that particular position, there is a value that has been inserted. Okay, so in the same way, yeah, let me create. Yeah. So in that particular position, now we are working on 2-dimensional. In a 2-dimensional array, if I want to insert a value, I can provide the position here. What happens here? Automatically, it gives me rows and columns. So when I get a rows and column, automatically that will give me the index values. So based on that index value, I can update the values. Right. So into this, we can update the values and we can see what we have. Okay. So all these functions already we have seen with list. Same functions can be seen here. So here, if I want to delete, yes, that's a matrix we have, and I can delete the particular one. So what we are trying to delete here, based on the position, right? 0, 1, 2, and 3. Okay, if I look into T here, so that particular value will be removed. That is gone. Okay, we have deleted. Yes, we can use delete function also. Right? When we are using matrices, we can use delete function also. Let's try to see how to update these values here. Here we have created a matrix. Okay, in that matrix, I have given the week. Okay, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and some values here. Okay, so I'm just creating that particular matrix. Okay, I'm saying not the list. Okay. I think something I have missed here. Okay, when I have run it, I have missed something. So that's why it is getting Unicode. Now, if I want to see reshape, okay, what we have here. So these can be taken as different rows. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So 5 rows we have, and 5 columns we have, and 7 rows. Okay, that's the data. That's the shape of the data. Right. So now I just want to reshape. Okay, so I have given. So how many we have here? Here I have like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 rows we have in columns. Right, that's the data currently we have here. So I've given those values, rows and columns, right? Rows into columns. Generally matrices when we take that will take by rows into columns. The same thing that we have. Now into this data, okay, whatever we have here. If I want to print only one particular value, Okay, so whatever I have in this particular position, right, I have given 2. So if it is starting from here, maybe if I take the 0, 1, and 2. At 0th position, we have Monday. First position, we have Tuesday, then we have Wednesday. Right? So when I run it, I'm going to get the values. This way. Only that value I am trying to access in the matrix. So in the same way, we have if I want to access some value for Friday eve. So where we have Friday, it is here. Okay, in Friday again, what is the position? Okay. Only that value you can extract. That is 23. Right? So when I say 3 again, you can 0, 1, 2, and 3. So in third position, whatever we have, that I want to. I can access into the matrices. I can create a matrix value. Okay, array of if it a 2-dimensional array is nothing but a matrix. Okay, I can access into this matrix, and whatever functions we are using for a list can be used on array also. Okay. If I want to append a value, yes, right. Append is the function that we have seen for list. Yes, if I want to append a value, yes, I can append a value. I want to add something at the end. So obviously I'm trying to add. So I'm giving average and I'm trying to run it. Okay. If you see in the same way, if I want to insert. So insert and append, there is a difference, right? So we can insert the values also. In insert values, we are going to use the positions. Based on that, we are going to insert. The same way, if I want to delete anything, yes, definitely we can do that. Okay, so that's the matrix we have, and I am trying to print that matrix, and I want to delete exactly something there in that particular position. So when I run it, right? So if I print, so that particular value, Wednesday is not. That is removed. Okay, so whatever there in that position, if I want to remove, I can remove. So in the same way, we have taken n2 and I am trying to delete the value. Right. So based on the positions that we are providing here, we can delete the values. So here I want to delete row. So what we are giving here, what is 0 and 1 are representing. So that is something important. So 0 is representing row. I am saying row will be represented by 0. These are the axes. Okay, again, you will be looking into when you are working on data frames, you will be looking into axis. So in axis, if axis is equal to 0, that means we are dealing with rows. If axis is equal to 1, we are dealing with columns. Okay, here we are looking into deleting row at index 2, and here we are looking into deleting column at index. That's the difference. Okay. So in the same way, NumPy, we can create certain values. What I am trying to do here, I have like I'm taking NumPy dot dialog 1 plus I have given the range. Okay. So let's try. So what are the values we are going to have? I have given 4 is the range. If I print, yeah, that's so we are trying to create a diagonal matrix. Okay, we are trying to create a diagonal matrix here, and I have given 4. That means it takes from 1 plus 4, whatever value you are getting, so that will be added. So if I'm saying 4 here, 1 plus 0, right? So that is 1. So plus 2, plus 3, 4. So those are the values I'm going to get. Right? If you change this to 5, okay, just if you run it, I'm going to get a 5 by 5 matrix. Simple, right? If I change this to 2, okay, let me change that to 2. Let's see. So it will start from the value will start from 2. So first it will be 0, right? Always it will be 0, 0 plus 1 or 0 plus 2. From there it will add the values. Right? So you have to, so if I see the type here, it is array. It is a two-dimensional array. Okay, either it could be a one-dimensional array or two-dimensional array. So now we are looking into a two-dimensional array. Matrix is a two-dimensional array. If I want to create zeros, yes, we have a function called as zeros in NumPy. Okay, just I am creating zeros. That's it. Okay, whatever value we have, I am creating zeros. So function we are going to use is zeros. Then we have random. Okay, random is also very important function. Sometimes what we have, we do not have any data. The data is not provided by the client. So first we need to create some data. Okay, so randomly we need to create some data. Yes, we can use random function. So we run it, create some values randomly. So I have given the range. So it creates some values randomly. If I want to get the mean, yes, there is a function called as mean. Yes, that's the mean of all these values. Clear? So there are many functions. Okay? You need to keep on experimenting on all these functions so that you can understand what is happening. Okay, you have to change the code. Okay, you have to change the code. You have to see what is happening. If I remove that particular value, what is happening? If I add a value, what is happening? So that is the way we are going to learn Python. So here I can reverse a vector, right? I am taking the values up to 50. That is like 49 numbers. Okay, if I print, these are the values we have, and if I want to reverse, the same, right? Whatever we have done. So here we are looking into reverse indexing. Okay, we have already applied that. So when I run it, I'm going to get all the values in a reverse. Right, it is reverse indexing. Already we have seen reverse indexing when we have seen the list and other slicing. Okay, where we have used the slicing. So in the same way, here we are looking into pandas. Okay. So when it comes to pandas, pandas is used for data manipulation. There are any certain changes in the data you have to make, so there pandas will be used. Okay. So here I am creating two different lists. Okay, this is list 1, list 2. Okay. Then I am in the third list. I am trying to provide by using range function. I can do that. If I just run it, if I see, yeah, those are the list of values. Now, how many lists we have? I have A1, A2, and A3. There are 3 lists that are available. So if I just run it, you can see what is the data that is present. Right? So these are the values we have. I am trying to create a data frame. Yes, we can create a data frame. So we can, when we upload a CSV file or an Excel file, that is also a data frame. Apart from that, if I want to create a data frame, we have a function that is called as data frame in pandas. So what we are doing here, pd.dataframe. I am giving the column names. Okay. So column names equal to x1, x2, and x3. Okay, let's run and see where we can see all these values. So here we have something called as variable explorer. So I am looking for df. Sorry. What's the mistake? So I have to import, right? So what it is done, but it is not imported. Okay. Now I am using, because if I want to use pandas, I have to import it, right? So now I am running it. Yeah. Now I can see. That's the data. What do you have? I have only columns, column names. That's it. There is no data. Right. Now I am trying to populate the data. Let's try to see how we can populate the data here. Already we have created a list, right? There are 3 lists that are already created. So now I want to insert those values into that particular columns. So I am saying, so this is how we are going to do it. Okay, df. Okay, I am giving brackets. Inside your brackets, here this is a name. The name could be anything, right? We may have name, maybe the percentage, right? In that way also we can have a table. Right? In the same way here it is a name. So I'm giving the name and I'm saying equal to that particular list we have. So when I just run this, and now let's again, we will see what we have in DF. Right? So that is a data frame that we have created. Yeah. So that is one way. So that is one way. So series is a one-dimensional pandas object, but data frame is a two-dimensional pandas object. It has both rows and columns, but series will have only either row or. So in the same way, how we are going to create. Okay. So here I'm going to create a series of values. Right. So I'm going to, we have x1 and x2 and x3, converting list format into pandas series. That also we can do. Okay. So already we have provided these values a1, a2, and a3. So I can run the program this way also by using, because I need to convert whatever list format we have, I need to convert that into, then I need to insert those values into my, when I run it, and now I'm going to print df. Yes, those are the values. So these are different ways. Okay, these are different ways how we can create a data frame. Right? Either directly I'm going to give the value, so it will convert automatically. Okay, list format into pandas series, so it will be converted. Or we can convert by using a function called as series. Okay, in both cases, what you are going to get, you are going to get the same. Yeah. Okay, please run this code, whatever we have done up to now. Okay, we'll have a break and we'll come back by 11:10. Okay, please run the code, whatever I have explained up to now. Okay. Okay, let's restart the session again. So I hope you have run the code, right? So now we are looking into pandas, right? We have seen how NumPy works with arrays and matrices, and what are the difference we can what are the different functions we can apply on all these different uh, arrays, right? When we have an array, how we can apply all these different functions we have. Now we are looking into pandas, and we have seen how to create a data frame, right? So these are different ways how can we create a data. Now, if I want to access a column in data frame, so we are going to give as df is the data frame name dot x1, right? So that is one way we can. So if I just run before line here, these are the columns we have given and column values. So here I am showing you one more way how to create a data frame. So we are given x1, x2, and x3, and these are the index values. Right. So I can also specify index value. We can do it. Okay. So here inside data frame, there are many different parameters or arguments we have. Among that arguments, we have columns is 1 and index is 1. So in index, I am specifying what are my index. So in this case, I haven't inserted any values, so it is not taking. So here I am trying to insert those values. Okay, now I have inserted those values. Now you can see that's the table. Right? If I want to access only one column, yeah, so we can. So here we are accessing only. So name is x. Right? So if I want to get the values, so these are the values. Right? Here we have the data. Either I can use this method or I can use this method. In either ways, we can access it. If I want to access into multiple columns, so I have to give multiple. So here we have to give a bracket. Okay? So we are accessing multiple columns. Okay, just try. If I remove this, will it work? No, here we are getting a key error. So that's why that's the syntax we need to make. So inside this, we have to do. Okay. That can be executed. So syntax is very important. We have to remember the syntax, okay? How we are going to provide these values. Only then we can. So we have seen ilog function, as I have explained. So before comma that we have that represents the rows, and after comma that represents columns. So I want these rows and I want one column. Okay, that is what we are trying to extract here. So we are using ilog function. 3 rows we have, right? If I don't give anything, just I am giving only the columns, okay, it will take complete entire data frame. Right? We can specify what are the columns and based on that also. So here when we are working on log function, okay, we have to specify the columns. So ilog and log. So location, right? These both are two different functions by using which we can access into our table. If I want to fetch only that particular values in the table, I can do it. Okay, that is something we can. Okay, so here I have created. That's the table we have. If I want to find the mean value of this particular column, yes, I can find it, right? So that is how we are going to call the function. I'm going to specify the column name and dot. I'm going to call that particular function. I want to find median. Yes, I can find it. I can mode. Yes, right. All these functions can be applied. So any function, okay, not only this, any function. If I want to apply on this particular column, okay, so this is how we are going to do it. Okay, df, we are going to give that column name inside, okay, inside the brackets as a string dot the function name. If I use describe, that will give me complete description of the data. You observe here. So this is something related to statistics, right? So we have count, mean, standard deviation, minimum, all this. Okay. So we'll be using describe in EDA. exploratory data analysis where we are trying to describe the whole data that we have. It just by using only one function, I can get all the details. Right. In the same way, if I want to merge, okay, two different values, yes, okay. So I can do that. That is data frame 1. I have creating data frame 2, right? So I have created two different data frames. Now, if I want to see, yeah, these are the two different data frames we have created. Now I want to merge. So there is a function called as merge. Okay, we are taking df1 and df2 on. There should be one common column, right? So I have taken x1 as the common column. Okay, so based on that, we can merge. See, that's the table. So whatever common values, okay, we have taken x1, right? So only those values that are in common that has taken and that data has been provided. Okay, so we can use merge. The same way we can use replace also. Right. So in place of, okay, we are creating x1 and x2. Now I am using, so if I want to set an index, yes, assigning index names using column names. That also we can. Right. So we are using, so based on index name, okay, here based on index name, just we are trying to replace those values. So in x1 and x2, we have replaced those values. Here we are providing the index values based on the column names. That also we can. If I just see, I have in df, so I have these are the values. If I want to rename a column, okay, if I want to rename a column, so here I am going to give columns, and here we are going to provide these details in dictionary format. We observe, right? So key and value. So key is the original name, and in value, that is the name that I need to change, right? So when I run it, when I see print, yeah, so we have changed it. Okay, whatever values if I want to change, that I can change. So I can combine two different, right, data frame by using concat. So that's a concatenation. So we call it as combining two different data sets, right? So that we can do here. If I just print, so we have combined two different values. So here index values, yes, I can specify them. So I specified that these are the index values that to be taken, and we have combined two different tables. So yeah, so here I'm importing NumPy and Pandas, okay, and here we are using NAN. Okay, so the missing value, the data may also have a missing value. That missing value I will be getting from NumPy, NumPy.NAN. So if I want to insert some missing values into my data, I'm going to use NumPy.NAN. So you can see here, that's a table, right? If I look into the data frame and if I insert, right, I'm saying grade 1 and grade 2 are the column names, and I'm inserting those values. That's the data we have. So wherever we have given NAN, so that is the missing value. So that we are getting from NumPy. We are using NumPy. So now what we are trying to do here, I have created a data frame with missing values. Now I want to find, so if there are any missing values are present or not. Okay. So here we have something called as isNA. Okay, we have isNA is a function that we have, and I'm using sum. So when I run it, yeah. So how many missing values we have in this particular row, a column, and there is one missing value in grade 1. Yes, there are two missing values in grade 2 that we can find. So always, if I just run it, only if I run only this, you can see it gives me in Boolean format, right? If there is any missing value, that will be given as true. Remaining all will be given as false. So when I use sum here, sum will count these values. Sum will count the true values. So that is how it functions. And we have something called as drop NA. Automatically that will drop whatever missing values we have. When I use drop NA, there are no missing values in it. So we will be working on all this. Okay, in data pre-processing and everything, we are going to do again and again. This is a regular process. Okay, when we are working on data science and machine learning, so data pre-processing is a regular process. We'll be working on all these aspects again. Okay, just I'm trying to show you, just by creating a data frame, we have added some NaN values and we have tried to remove them. First, we have recognized them and we have removed. Okay. There are multiple ways how we can create data frame. Okay, here is one more way where directly I am providing the column name and what are the values that to be inserted. And I have already provided the index values also. Just we can run it and we can see what I have in my table. But there are multiple ways. Okay? There are multiple ways how we can create. So this is one more way. So at the end, I am providing columns. Before I have provided all the values, then I have provided index value and I have given the column. So this is also one way how we can provide the data. So if I see, those are the values. Right. So there are different ways how we can do it. We can use any way if you want to create a data. So maybe see, sometimes what happens, we need to generate a data. There is no data that is available. So what you are going to do, you are going to create a data frame. When you are creating a data frame, you have to give all the attributes. Client has given you only different fields or attributes, and he has given a range of values. Okay, so maybe if it is like blood pressure, so he has given something like 90 to 120. Right, that's a range of values that could be there. So we have to first create a data frame. Inside data frame, we have to provide all these column names. Then you start recreating all these values by using random. Okay, already we have seen a random function. By using a random function, we can populate all these values, whatever. Okay, that we can. So there it will be very useful. Why we are looking into all these aspects, we can create a data frame. So yeah, we can create a series. Series is a one-dimensional. When it comes to data frame, here we are looking into it is one-dimensional. So what we have here, series of values. If I see the length, I can get the length of the slide. What are the values? If I just see what I have in A, I'll be getting a series of values here. So in Pandas, we have something called as plot. I can use plot. So just if I plot those values, where I can see that plot, here we have an option, right? So just beside variable explorer, we have something called as plot. So just a line plot, I can get a line plot, how the values are changing. So directly it is just doing. So I want to just enlarge it. So we have unlock, right? So that's the plot. Just some values I have taken and have given the plot. Okay. So have you written any program here? No, not exactly. So what we have done, we have taken the function name and then we have given the value such. Okay, we have got this plot. Right. So that is one way we can do. Along with that, if I want to make any changes, so inside the plot, okay, inside the plot, there will be many different parameters or arguments will be present. Okay. By default, there will be certain values are there. But here I am trying to make changes. I have something called as figure size. So I can change the size of this particular image. So I am giving 8 by 6. That's a dimension. So I can change the color of this line. Title I can provide. Font size I can specify. Right. So the same thing when I run it, when I make my changes, customization. So I get the plot this way. I can do that. Okay. So in the same way, I am creating B a series. C is a series. Okay. Then finally we are coming up with one, okay, data frame. Okay. If I see what I have in maybe D is the final data frame. These are the values that. Okay, that is something we have created right now by using series. And I am trying to get the area plot here. Yes, we can do that. There are, if I see here, see here. Right. So these are certain plots that are available in Pandas. Okay, we are not getting into Matplotlib or Seaborn. So these are available in that we are trying to see. This is the area. So there are 3 values. That 3 values are being. So we have given the legend also. The legend ABC and colors. If I want to change these colors, yes, I can change these colors. You can give any colors, right? Color. So there is a parameter called as color where I'm trying to change these colors. I can do it. And also I have changed the size also. Size has changed. Font size we have given. All those changes we have. I haven't given any title. Okay, if I want to give a title, yes, I can provide title also. I can just give a comma here and say title is equal to give area plot. Okay, then that will take on. When if I run this, it's gonna happen. Okay. Really mistakes. Okay, yeah, we have got area. Are we clear? Right? With data frame. Are you able to create a data frame now? Yeah, can you do it? Just create a data frame. Give name, age, and maybe marks. Okay. Inside that, you have to populate the values also. Can you do it? Yes, friends. Yeah, start working on it. Just create a data frame. We have seen there are many methods, right? Any method you can use. Yes, friends. Everybody has to work on it. Okay, I need a data frame with name, age, and marks. Yes. Yeah. I want you to create a data frame with column names, name, age, and marks, and populate that. You can give some 5 rows or anything. That's fine. You can use any method that we have seen earlier. Okay. We have the code. So we have seen different methods how to create a data frame. You can use any method and you can start with. Yes. Are you creating it? Can I have the confirmation? Are you working on it? No. Okay. Thank you. Yeah. Please continue. Okay, details is equal to PD name A B C age marks. Yeah. The others got a reply from Monty. Copy it. So details equal to pd dot data frame view caps. Okay, so frame that's right. Okay. Inside that, I have to give name. Right. So then you are mapping the name with values. Right. The others. Yeah, is this code working? So what is the mistake here? You have to provide individually, right? So we haven't provided those values individually. Either you need to create a series of values or you have to, right? So maybe this would work. Maybe you have to give a list of values that would work. Okay. I've given the brackets in a different way. Change that. Let's do. First, if you give dictionary, that becomes whole thing should be closed in so dictionary format, right? So it should be closed. Package. Whatever we are taking here. Okay. Name, you have given series, age, series, marks, series. Yeah, that is also one way. Okay, that is one way we can do it. Or we can do this way also. Correct. So whatever we are giving here, this will work. Check table. We should have that table. Yeah. Okay. So Vamshi, there is an error. Okay. You can rectify that error. Yeah. Okay. You shouldn't give in that way. The whole thing should be taken as a dictionary. Inside that dictionary, we have to provide a key and value. So that will work. Okay. What about others? Yeah. Are you working on it? So this is one way of doing it. Directly we are providing the values. Simple. Right? I'm taking the whole thing in dictionary format. I'm giving key and values. I can give any number of key and values. Right? I'm providing everything in a list format. Okay. So the next thing, read underscore CSV. Right. So I want to upload a data. So every time we are not going to create the data frame, right? So we are going to upload the data frame. So I have, so I'm just taking the data sets here. Okay. Just copying all data sets. I want everything in a single folder. That's my project, right? And so I have, this is my main.py file. That's a main code file. And these are my the data files. So now when we keep everything in the same folder, so the whole thing becomes one directory. That's my working directory. Okay? From there, I have taken that particular file. So now when we are working on it, right? So that's a file that is in my desktop, right? That is a desktop file where we are working on. Here there are different ways to take the same file. Okay, one thing we need to remember, we need to give the path. Okay, read underscore CSV, we have to give the path. So here to give that path, from where we can find that path, I want the file education.csv. Okay, so here we have the data sets. Okay, I'm not taking from here. Let me take from here in this folder. So I'm giving, so if I right click, I can see properties. In properties, it will give me the path here, okay, where that particular file is present. So I'm just copying it. Okay, and here if you observe, right, if I just do, okay. So here there is a difference between this hashtag. Okay, so whenever we are copying directly, okay, we will be getting these hashtags from there. So, and there is the file name is also missing. We need to provide the file name also, right? So file name is education.csv. The complete path. Okay, that's the path. So when I am taking that from the properties, it is not giving me the complete path. That's one thing we need to remember. And the values that we are taking here, okay. So I am getting the backslash. Okay, backslash will not work. That's not the syntax. Okay, I just copy this and paste it here. Okay, that will throw me an error. Let's say Unicode error. Say it as a Unicode error. Okay, so what we have to do? We either I have to change this backslash to front slash. Okay, is one way of doing it. Okay, now it is not showing me any error. Fine, I can run the file. Now when I run it, yes, that's the data we have got. This MBA. So this is the file I have uploaded. That's the data we have. Okay. The same way, I don't want to make any such changes, right? I don't want to make it. So let's try to see one more method here. I'm taking same MBA one. Okay, let me just okay, MBA one. I'm taking the same path okay, directly that we have taken before. Okay, you can see the backslashes in a similar way. Okay, but before that, I am adding something called as R that will read automatically the required. So if I run it, I'm going to get that. That's one way of doing it. If not, I'm just taking same file again. Okay, so I am taking it as 2. So I know that if I take the same thing, this will throw me an error. Okay, I'm removing R here, R is not required. So I'm giving same thing. Okay. But I can do one more thing. Directly I can go to this particular folder and click, right? I can give right click and copy. Right. This only works in Python. It will not work, it only works in Spider. It will not work in Jupyter. Okay. When I copy it, I am going to get the same format that is required. These slashes. That is in this way also you can. So when I run it, so let us see one more method. How to take that file? Okay, it could be any CSV file or it could be any. So here, I'm taking the same code that I have copied from properties. I haven't made any changes there, and I'm not using R also here. So I'm just copying it here. Okay. So I'm getting an error. Now I can use double slash. If I use double slash also, okay. Okay. If I give double slash also, it will. Just give it given one more condition extra. That's why it is here. Okay, I can run it. Okay. Okay. So these are different methods. Okay, so let's look into one more method that we have, which is the best practice. Okay, we say it as best practice when we are working on it. I'm taking 4. Here, I'm not going to give any path, just a file name. Just I have given the file, nothing else. So will it work? I haven't gotten that thing. So when forwarded that, so it's not getting. So changing to that my current working directory. So now we have the file there. So directly I am Okay, so while we have coming in. Okay, so I am saying that's my data analytics. Okay, my working directory. There's file name, there is an issue with this. Okay. So now we have given that that's my folder. Okay, that's my folder where I have all these files. So when I have given it as my working directory, so that is enough. Okay, so automatically the path will be taken from here. Okay, the path is taken from here. That's a file. So I'm only going to give the file name. So whatever you are working, maybe any project, you have to give a folder. Okay, all the files should be in the same folder so that directly you can give this name and you can work. So that will be easy. Okay, when you just give this file to somebody else to run it also. So the all these paths will be completely different, will not be same. So you can use this particular method to work. So all these are different methods. Okay, how you can upload. In all these methods, you can upload the file. Okay, either it is CSV or Excel. Okay, so if it is Excel, we are going to take it as read_Excel. There are different functions. Okay, you are going to look into different functions. Okay, if I want to group by, we have something called as group by option, right? So I'm going to get the values based. Okay, I can group all these values depending on values, right? I can get the list of all these values. Yes, I can create a list of values. Okay. Then if I want to sort values based on a particular value, first I am trying to sum and I am trying to sort it. Yes, we can do it. Right? These are sum of values. So I'm getting the aggregate of all these values. Okay. So all this we can perform. Okay, 56, then it is added, again it is added. So in that way, all the aggregate of values. Okay. The same pandas can be used. So here I'm just using MBA. Okay, I have already created that, so I'm using MBA here to show you info function. So info function is very important. Okay, we can get the data. What are the different columns I have in the data? You can see 773 non-null count. That means it will look into each and every row. If there is any null value, okay, that will be automatically reduced. So here it is saying non-null. Okay, non-null are 773. So there are no null values here. So if I want to see if there are any null values, you can see here. And for each column, I can get the data. That also we can. So we will be going through continue. Okay, this the data analytics. So that is what we are going to do, right? So just as an introduction, I am giving all this. So when we work on our programs, okay, when we work on our models, so again we'll be looking into all these aspects. Okay, the mean, median, mode. Okay, so here, so I have to change this, right? So I have to give median. That's my data name. So I can get the value. So I am representing. So MBA dot column name dot function. I'm going to get that. Right. So in the same way, I can find out the variance, right? So what is the variance? What is the mode value, right? So here also I have to change it to MBA and I have to run it because first time I'm running it. So sci-fi, I have to run it. In sci-fi, I can get the. So I'm just running it. Okay. From here, I can get the mode value. If I want to get the mode value, I can get the mode. So what is that value that is repeating motion? That is something we are trying to do. Okay. So in the same way, I can find out the variance. Right. So I can find out what is the standard deviation. We will learn all this. Okay. When we look into EDA and the CRISP MLQ methodology, the statistics, there again we will be looking into what is variance, what is standard deviation, mean, median, mode, everything we are going to repeat. Okay, we are going to see all those topics. You can get the max and minimum, right? What we are doing. So these are all the inbuilt functions. These are already present. Okay, we're not writing anything. So when I give max, it looks into each and every value and it finds out what is the maximum value. The same way it finds out what is the minimum value. So I am trying to get range. Range is nothing but maximum value minus minimum value. Yes, we can do that. We have the built-in functions. Sorry, education is not there. It's MBA. Right. So directly I can run. So I can find out what is the range. That's the range of them. Right. If I just see what I have here, what is the maximum value? That's the maximum value. If I just only select this and run, right? That's the minimum. So 1279 minus 9, I'm getting the range. Skewness, so how the data is distributed, that you can find out. Okay. Okay. So all these you are going to look in your EDA part. Okay, what is skewness, how you are going to find out, how you are going to evaluate skewness, everything you are going to see. So here just we are trying to show you, we have functions for all this. These are all built-in functions that are deep. Okay. Let's see the final thing, like I'm taking matplotlib, numpy. I'm trying to see what is the shape of the data. MBA. What is shape of the data? It gives me rows and columns. Along with that, I can get the histogram, right? I'm going to change this to BA. Yeah. And I'm trying to get it. So we have a function called as hist. So directly that will provide me the histogram. I can make all these changes. We'll be seeing that. So I can get the box plot. So all these are different plots. Okay, you can get all these different plots by using this. We have yeah. So we can get different types of plots with data visualization that is possible. Okay, we'll see. We have a lot of explanation. Okay, why these plots are being used, how we are going to evaluate. We'll see everything in our ED, okay, exploratory data analysis. Okay. So with that, we have completed this particular module. There is one more topic that we have that we will cover after DBMS. Okay. So next week we will start DBMS. Once we complete DBMS, then again we'll be looking into this topic. It's a small topic. Okay. So how we are going to connect Python and either it is MySQL, whatever RDBMS we are using. So how we can connect that. So we will be working on PostgreSQL and MySQL. So we'll try to see how we are going to connect and how we are going to push the data into from Python to SQL, or if I want to take data from SQL to Python, or directly in Python, I can write certain queries and I can make certain changes. Right? All that we are going to look once we complete our DBMS. Okay. So if you have any further queries, you can ask me. So we are almost time. It's like, yeah, 11:55. Okay. If you have any further doubts or anything, you can ask me. We also have Meher online. He is your TA. Okay. You can also ask Meher. Is your TA. He will be available after the session. So the thing is, like, you have to complete your assignments. Okay, try to complete your assignments, whatever you have completed up to now. So first thing is like run the class code. Okay, we are also providing the recorded videos. Go through the recorded videos multiple times. Okay, run the class code. Okay, then complete your assignments. Okay, that's the best process. Whatever we have. Okay. Do we have any doubts or clarifications further? If you have anything, you can ask. No? So okay. If you do not have any further queries, let us wind up the session for today. Okay. Have a great day. So next week we will start SQL. Okay? Meanwhile, you have to practice and you have to complete your Python exam. Okay. We have recorded videos. Please go through the recorded videos again. Okay. Practice the code that we have provided in class. along with assignments. Okay, if you do that, you can clear the exam very easily. Okay, friends. Thank you. Have a great day. We'll meet next.